Kind of looking like a Riot Mort right now, a little bit. A little bit. All right, here we go. We got patch highlights. It's the 24th of January. We've got 14.2. It's going to be a wild ride. We've already seen that Pro is actually being innovative, which I love to see, especially in other regions. In NA, the people that I've spoken with unanimously have had the same response whenever I try to present them with something that's broken. They're like, if it's actually broken, Riot will patch it. And while that's true, and while the fact that Riot Studios is right across from Riot Theater, and so you constantly, every time that you walk out of your professional performing stage, you realize that there's Big Brother, they're watching us, they're behind us, and they're going to judge us or change us or affect our livelihood. That can be a pretty daunting situation for a pro player, and I can see why you don't want to spend time innovating, and yet the pursuit of perfection, right? The chase, innovating for the sake of improving and always doing things the best way possible. That is something that is unique to champions, right? That is something that you need to have. You need to be willing to push the boundaries. So we're glad that we saw it around the world. We're glad we saw double support. Newsflash, it wasn't actually just this set that made it that broken. Now, the new support items are even a step higher. They are even more imbalanced. It is the best role to play because these items are on absolute fire. They're so good. If you like or have ever liked playing support, definitely play it now because, I mean, these items are insane. You're going to be the strongest person in the game as you evolve them around that 14-minute mark. We'll talk more about that later. But it's good to see those changes. It's sad to see some of the things get nerfed right now. Unfortunately, not everything's being targeted the way that we think it should be, but there is some to get into. So let's get into it without further ado. We've got the patch notes overview. We see some of the nerfs and buffs, some of the system changes. Vanguard, they are basically forcing part of the Riot client to have this anti-cheat software into it, and they're making sure that computers can handle it. They're also making sure that your spec updates need to, they are sunsetting Windows 7 and 8, so you need to be updated from that so that they can get through it. So a lot of these changes are based on how they want to build the game in the future, make sure that there's less cheating, make sure that there's less botting, make sure that there's less aim hacks and things like this. So all of these I approve. Patch 14.1, how it landed. I do want to read this. We've been pretty happy with how 14.1 landed in terms of bug stability and overall balance after the 14.1 hotfix. Game time is stable, objective balance looks good, the trade-offs associated with playing towards top and bot side seem to be reasonable, and snowballing is down. That said, we're all aware that the amount of burst in the game is up. This is largely due because health came out of a lot of the items, and items like Storm Surge are just absolutely insane how much they packed into that one item, and all of the lethality items. They literally made all the lethality and all the mage items, the burst items, insane, so obviously all the burst in the game is going to be higher. Some of these burst increases are due to Storm Surge and Bloodsong releasing strong. You'll see nerfs to them in this patch, and we'll be watching how they land. We also increased AP values across the board, as having 200 AP at 3 items was pretty unsatisfying for players. That's why you're supposed to get Rabadon's third. We wanted to see how these AP increases landed to help identify which champion's AP ratios or base damages need to be adjusted. We also want to reduce ability haste on items across the board, and naturally, that means more of an item's power budget is in either its burst, its AP or AD, which makes a lot of sense, right? I think these are good changes in general. I think the season has been a great success from a design standpoint. I think the game is going to be better than it was last year. We're pursuing some burst reductions in 14.2 through stat shard changes and targeted item champion nerfs. Once we've done a comprehensive audit on which champions and classes are bursting, which class is harder, and by how much, you can expect to see additional changes 14.3 and beyond. Our goal right now is to get burst levels back to how they were in patch 13.24. Okay. We hope you've been enjoying all the... hopefully they're just talking about the outliers and not the general damage in the game, but the things that were making people pop when they're like, what even happened? We hope you've been enjoying all the new changes and looking forward to seeing you on the Rift. Stat shard changes. This is a big one, and it's landing for everyone. Basically, slot 2 and slot 3 are changing, or row 2 and row 3, I should call them. Adaptive Force is still in the game, but now instead of having the defensive options, now they're giving you either the move for 2 move speed or scaling health. Okay, so they're getting rid of just which armor or magic resist is best. This is a big impact for aggressive early laners. The fact that you can't get access to early resistances against a Tristana, for example, that can go all in on you early, this is a big buff for those champions because people won't have the answers to beat them. Then in row 3, slot 1 is going to flat health, slot 3 is going to be the same scaling health, and slot 2 is going to be tenacity, which I absolutely love that they're putting some tenacity here. It gives you some option to go for more tenacity in this spot in case your rune page setup doesn't have room for the tenacity, but you want some. And slow resist. So I think this is going to be fantastic. I think this is a very good change. We'll see how all this lands. As far as the biggest impact, it's definitely people who wanted to go to lane with double armor. For example, Rammus. This is a huge nerf to Rammus. He's obviously going to have a very natural fill-in right here with 2 extra move speed. There's a lot of champions that can use this, but in general, if you were a tank like a Malphite, Rammus, you just wanted to go into your lane with double armor runes, you don't have that anymore. So now it's going to be much more important to build armor and get those early boots like plated steel caps to get that extra passive effect to keep you alive into those bully matchups. So keep an eye on that for sure. Jungle companion compensation. Basically, since they're taking away an armor rune from all junglers, that means that unanimously, they're going to be taking more damage. So they're very slightly giving you a little bit extra health over time. This is especially beneficial for people who spent less time farming. They're still going to get the regen without taking as much of the damage, and they can go and basically gank at full health much more often. Champions, the names Ignacarius Giganterreno Rex Lespes Offerentis, but you can call him Smolder. This is about as good of an intro as I can hope for. I love this. Spitfire in the bot lane starting January 31st at 8 o'clock UTC, so Central European time. Can't wait to check this out. Once we get more ideas about him, we'll make sure to get some info for you. Ahri, cooldown being decreased 14 to 12 seconds. This is a pretty big change. This means that she's going to be able to hunt this much more often, and specifically in team fights, she's going to be getting off a second rotation much more often. So this is a very nice buff for Ahri. Blitzcrank, base armor decreased, E damage decreased. You see the armor goes down. 40 was pretty high in class. Only I think only Alistar was higher. Maybe there were a couple champions in this like 38, 42 realm. Power Fist is losing 20% total AD, so no more of these Trinity Force Bruiser builds that were kind of off meta. Those are going to take a big hit. I guess you can still play them if you want to. The Sheen proc and the Bloodsong proc are still nice for it, but obviously there's other options. Briar, we've talked about this at length with this champion, how insane she was on release and how insanely strong. They are finally taking a huge chunk out of her right here. The W no longer critically strikes for this extra bonus damage. This is going to be a huge hit for that collector, which you could meld into Infinity Edge later. You could turn into Nowori Quickblades to get the spell damage and the on hit, the effects. There are a lot of different interactions that worked, but in general, what they're trying to get rid of is the lethality changes. Lethality items landed super hot, right? They're just so insanely good. So naturally, this was always going to be the build path for her. It has always been the best build path ever since Prowler's Claw. Now that's gone, but you have the Cyclo Sword. So you have all sorts of tools that make Briar insane with lethality. They're trying to bring Bruiser back. I don't know why. I don't think that the Bruiser build is very satisfying, but then again, people were dying pretty quickly with her burst. So they are taking away a little bit of the healing amplification from the Crimson Curse. The bleed tick rate is improving, but it's not changing the values. But you will get those half-second intervals a little bit faster, which is nice. The damage, flat damage staying the same, the scaling staying the same. You're now getting 60% AP magic damage on Q Head Rush. There was an AP build. It'll be interesting to see if like a Nashor's Tooth kind of jumps in, or whether or not this is just made to get the 25 AP from Ginsu's Rageblade to actually matter. Sometimes they make changes like this just to appease the parts of an item that felt dead, that you're like, this feels bad that I'm buying this item that has a little bit of AP on it. It is what it is. The armor reduction is now becoming armor and magic resist damage. Oh, wait, hold on. This is a big word. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm glad I missed this the first time and second time reading through this. We caught it. The Q deals magic damage. Wow. So is lethality just going to be completely dead? Probably not, because a Q is in essence it's a small amount of all of the damage that she's doing, but this is a huge bite out of that damage, right? Because you're talking about an extra 30 to 50 damage that you're getting on your Q every single time just by being in lethality. So this is a pretty big chunk out of that. But now it is taking away some magic resistance, which is important to know for your pairings. Briar being a predominantly physical damage dealer, you'd like to have two casters in the solo lane, something like Rumble plus Syndra. And now the fact that this has magic resistance reduction on it, to the tune of 20%. This is actually pretty significant. I don't think that you're ever going to be putting more than 1 point in it, but when you are ganking, this 10% will be noticed by your laner, right? This extra damage, you're going to be hitting for a little bit harder with it, and also your laner is going to go. So this is important to know as far as who you're ganking. Keep that in mind with the magic resistance reduction. The Q also applies on hit effects and lifesteal. So they're basically trying to open a door for a Nashor's Tooth. We'll see if we can get that later in the stream. Make sure to check it out. I'll try to get a Nashor's Tooth game in. This seems like it would be interesting. W Blood Frenzy, the change here, 25 to 45 now. So we're losing 11 to 15% of the damage dealt. This is for the heal on the second activation of the W, and it no longer blood strikes. All right, Camille, the base stats, she's gaining 24 health. The cooldown on her adaptive defenses, this is huge because this is how you play around this champion. So everyone who's playing at high levels, D1 plus, you need to know this. This is now in an 18, 14, 10 second interval. Make sure that you keep track of this. You need to play around this shield, otherwise you will get obliterated in your lane phase. Precision Protocol also getting nice little buff. 10 extra move speed, 10% is pretty big. This is about 35 extra move speed early in the game, and that's enough to swing all of these matchups. Anyone who has a move speed, you are more likely to be able to still catch up to them and continue the fight. So nice little bonuses for Camille. Darius, hot tip, if you haven't played Darius in the jungle, make sure you try it. It's especially good at killing the Void Grubs. You can kill all 3 of them with 1 cast of your Q. When you do go through the jungle, he is an exceptionally fast clear. He does have that issue of actually running onto people, but if the enemy team has something like Briar, like Aurelia, and Pantheon, right, people that are going to dive on top of you, try this pick out. It's really good. The changes right here, the mana cost is going down by 5. This is mostly for laning, obviously, entirely for laning. The jungle thing is off the meta. Healing based on missing health per target. It was 13 up to 39. Now it's 15 up to 45. So this is a pretty big chunk. Again, you're going to feel this in the mid game the most. Apprehend, the passive armor penetration is going up by 5 at all ranks. This is what you want to generally max second. So this is going to be a nice little bonus to the extra passive armor shred on Darius. So looking pretty good. Good time to be a Darius now. Ezreal, if you haven't tried it yet, Spear of Shojin. All right, that's the item. That's it. That's all you need to know. Spear of Shojin is the item for Ezreal. A lot of Ezreal's tools were blunted in 14.1 with items like Ravenous Hydra and Cerulda's Grudge being much worse on him than before. While he gained a lot of power from last patch, he hasn't gained enough. We're once again buffing his harder to use abilities so that he's not just reliant on Mystic Shot to inflict damage. The damage from Mystic Shot, 135, so an extra 5% AD. This is all your AD. All right, so this is very important. This is going to stack up quickly. It's also the ability that you're using the most in the game, so this is going to be a significant amount of damage increase, probably an extra 1,000 damage a game. Essence Flux, check it out right here. We've got 100% bonus AD from 60. So that is a very large change. Again, incentivizing building. Check out the Profane Hydra with lethality, by the way. You still want to have that clear and push. So we're looking at Manamune. Then we're looking at an area of effect ability. We'd like to have slow, although we may not be able to get it. Profane Hydra, it's it's interesting comparing the different Hydras, and we'll talk about the situations where each is good. But you can also inflict things like Cyclosword, right? You can hit these lethality procs with this champion, so a lot of build options are there, and plus you can go into something like Essence Reaver as well and lean towards the crit. And do like a Navori Quick Blades where you're looking for the extra spell effects. There's a lot to go into. We're definitely going to play some Ezreal later. True Shot Barrage, 350. Everything is going up at later levels. Again, something they call it, is harder to use abilities. Also getting 20% bonus AD. So this guy's scaling is getting kind of crazy, right? An extra 5% on all Qs, on all your AD. 40% bonus AD for your W, and 20% bonus AD on the R. This is a pretty sizable buff. I expect Ezreal to be, if not the most picked, one of the most picked as people find out what his best build is. We should see Ezreal become a dominant meta player. Fizz, my poor Fizz, has been overperforming, but largely I think these champions are overperforming because of how good Storm Surge is. I don't know that they need to have the nerf, but they put it here. They say Storm Surge is only a small amount of his power budget, but I don't know that that's true because it literally fits everything he wants to do perfectly. So I don't know. It's tough to believe that. The 5% Q Urchin Strike is losing 5% on its AP. It's not that big. That's a small change. And we're losing 10% on the damage over time. Last time they did the upfront on the activation. Now they're hitting the damage over time as well by 10%. So, you will feel these. You're still going to have a field day. The items are still great for Fizz. And people are still playing Ways, so you're gonna have free wins playing against that too. So I still recommend Fizz, but one more. This is probably the last one. One more push will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Garen, active duration is adjusted. E damage is increased. 4 seconds at all ranks for Courage, right? This was a spell that most people are only putting 1 point into, so this tends to be a huge buff. It will be slightly worse at level 17 and 18, but the damage reduction is going to be much stronger earlier in the game. This is going to be very significant. The fact that 4 seconds of prevention for laning phase is a big time because those fights tend to last a long amount, and being able to cancel maybe 2 spells when people aren't expecting it by getting that 30% in could help you swing the 1v2s potentially, or at least survive long enough to get jungle help. Damage per spin for 8, this is staying the same. This is staying the same. 32, this is the percent AD, and now again this is all your AD. It's going up by 4 early and then -1 per rank each one, so it's going to end up at 40, but your early spins are going to be nice. So this is a huge buff to Garen's early game. Levels 1 through 5 we're talking, and really 1 through 7 it's significantly better, and then you're still going to have this 4 seconds even after that. So this is a pretty big buff to Garen's early game. Adjust all of your matchup knowledge based on this. Gragas is a big problem in the jungle right now because of Storm Surge. But in general, the other effects, like how to build champions like this that have unique abilities, they tend to have interesting narratives as far as like what they're going to do with varying build paths. So let's just see the notes. Gragas was another big loser from 14.1, specifically in the jungle, and this is where everything was budgeted into Storm Surge and how good it was, and like he's got this problem, and now with the less armor, his healing is going to be less effective, and everything about jungle changes made his life harder. And then because of how good Storm Surge was and how good it is on him, you need to make sure that you're not swinging things too much. So it's a very awkward spot for a champion to be up. We're amping up his durability, as he used to rely on the extra tankiness that Night Harvester and Old Shadowflame provided. Additionally, a buff to his R cooldown allows him more frequent access to full power ganks, which should skew toward the jungle. Armor growth going up slightly. All right, not going to affect his first couple clears really. Health growth also, so this is going to affect his end game scaling and his mid game jungling, and the R explosive cask going down by 20, 15, and 10. So Gragas is going to be in a comfortable spot for pro play for sure. This champion's going to show up. I'm unsure what to think about the jungle changes because we'll see later that there's Storm Surge changes as well, so probably don't need to worry about him in the jungle, but that is something that we'll have to keep an eye on. Gwen, passive damage increased, which is kind of interesting because they specifically targeted her with a nerf last time. We're partially reverting the nerf. Damage is going up slightly, so they're walking back some of the nerf from last week. It's good to know that they are like keeping these champions on razor's edge and like really paying attention. Way, another buff. E cooldown decreased. 15 down to 10. All right, so as you rank it up, this should be the second, generally the second spell that you're ranking, since the crowd control spells are so good. EQ, specifically Grim Visage, this is the fear. 1 second duration is going up to 1.5. So this is pretty significant, especially for people that have been enjoying playing Way in support. Again, this is a champion that they just want to keep on buffing so that people will keep trying it. The play rates, from what I hear, are lower. Like, they started higher on this champion than usual, which meant good concept and design as far as like the thematic of the champion. But the quit rate is exceptionally high on this champion, as it should be, or as it would be with 9, 10 with an ultimate, 11 with a passive abilities. This champion is so insanely difficult to play that the only reason to play it is if you intend on one-tricking it, and if you don't, you basically just want one rush on the thing. On top of that, he's got issues where if there's any amount of server delay or there's just bugs, apparently, you could go QEEQ, and it might not register one of those. And so instead, it might start going, oh, you meant to cast EE? Is that what you meant to do? And that's obviously not what you wanted. You wanted QE and EQ. You wanted these two things to work together. Perhaps that they're running at you and you want to lay out the carpet and then fear them into the carpet. And instead, you end up casting Ribbon, and then you have a Q selected, but you're actually thinking, wait, where'd my other spell go? And then you get really lost. Awful, awful situation to be in. It's for that reason, it's bad design, and it's going to be something that they're always going to be struggling with. That said, again, it's such a hard champion. He is obviously insanely strong, and expect to see him more and more in pro. We already saw him a lot this past weekend. It's just going to get worse, but it's because they've created this polarization on a champion. Unfortunately, this is a bad look for them, because it's going to be another one of those champions like Akali, like Yumi, that just needs to be catered, that you need to balance around the top half of 1% of players. Not even, just even the top 1% of 1%. The pro players are going to be so much better at this champion than anyone else, and it's going to cause a lot of issues. So, you know, the Azirs of the world, they know what this is like. You make a complicated champion, it's going to be complicated to balance. Alawi, oh, we finally get to talk about Alawi. Alawi got the biggest nerf with the map change. If you were with us, you knew that Alawi was a 100% win rate against Sylas in mid lane. The hardest counter that you could possibly imagine. Does everything well into Sylas, and everything about it was great. And now that they've opened up the map, the tentacles don't reach the mid lane anymore. So we got to say, rip, goodbye. Mid lane Alawi is done. We still need to get our AD control mage. Alawi is struggling due to a few things, including fewer walls and a loss of some core itemization. They also made her best item significantly worse. We'll be looking to adjust tentacle interactions from walls on a future patch, but for now, we're giving her some power to make up for her lost strength. This would be wonderful if they just let the tentacles come out of nowhere. That would be kind of cool. Base mana up by 50. This is very good for laning phase. Mana growth up by 10. Health growth. This is really, really nice for her laning phase. And passive is now going to give 5% of your missing health. So it's up by 0.5% of 1 health. Nice changes for Alawi. This is just a general nudge up. Anytime they take a broad sweep at numbers like this, they just say, all right, we don't want to change how she works. We just want to make her better. Jax, E damage decrease. This is a nerf to the AP build. Jax landed just fine after Divine Sunderer removal, as he's got plenty of viable options, including Sundered Sky. Minimum damage is going to 40 to 160. So losing 15 is a huge amount, and 0.5 of the target's maximum health. And this is the minimum, right? Let's see what they say. Note, maximum damage values are still 2x the minimum. So Not only is this minus 15, but you're also getting minus 30, and this is turning into 1%. So a huge nerf to the Counter-Strike here. It's still going to be a strong champion. It's still a strong duelist, and I think Jax is pretty easy to build and change your build based on the game, so it's still a fine champion to play, especially in solo queue. Karma, we've been seeing a lot of Karma. Base health increased, Q damage increased, E shield strength increased. All right, again, it's just one of those nudges, just going upwards right here. It's a 20% AP ratio, which could push her into more AP builds rather than support item builds. It's certainly going to make it so that you aren't just griefing by going AP. And the Inspire is gaining 15% and 20 as you rank it up on the shield. This is, again, this is actually a huge growth. And now we're starting to get into the territory where she might be similar to Orianna. She won't have that huge ultimate, but she's going to have better base stats and base support abilities. And especially when we're talking about the Karma, the Mantra Empowered Inspire, we're talking about a big change here. This is pretty massive. I don't know if it's enough to push her in, but certainly if you're looking to be a dominant presence in bot lane, this is still it. And she may even start popping up in top lane, right? As top lane is a very comfortable spot for her, so keep a lookout for that. Q damage increased, and W magic resist reduction increased by 10%. Wow, okay. And this too, again, remember you double this for being solo. So you're maxing it first. This is a big buff. This is kind of walking back some of the nerfs from before. Karthus will be in a really good spot. Rumble. Q damage increased, E magic resist reduction decreased. So this is a big thing around pro. This is one of the top, if not the top. I think it was 100% over all major regions presence. I'll have to double check on that. Maybe it was just in Europe, but Rumble is our best top laner right now. They had to take a big chunk out of this. They took 2% out of the Electro Harpoon's magic resist. Not a big deal right there. But this one, 10 damage across all levels of this. The AP ratios are staying the same. The percent of the target maximum's health is staying the same. Shen. Wow. That's a big buff. Shen's also not doing too great with the new set of items. That's interesting because I love the new items. So in order to help him, we want to give him power back in an area he's slowly lost over time. His early game. The additional base AD here should help him a bit harder when scrapping early. This is fantastic. And in fact, this makes up for the difference in the 1% nerf that they took out of the Q way back, what was it, like 18 months ago or something now? A long time ago now. Getting 4 damage onto every single hit means you can hit way harder and trade way more aggressively in lane. This is going to be a very nice. Expect who is going to be happy. E damage decreased. Our charge time increased. No, we're sad. Oh, poor Teemo. Teemo's still performing too well despite our micro patch nerf. That's because he's easy to play, guys. So we'll be nerfing him again. We are increasing his R charge time since he synergizes excellently with Malignance, which is increasing his R frequency by a meaningful amount. We're also including a nerf to his E on hit ratio, as this is a large source of his damage and has some room to go down. So the charge time from 30, 25, 20 to 35, 30, 25. My goodness. This is massive. Like you are affecting this with your ability haste, but this is a huge change. We're talking about 5 seconds at all times for every ultimate. The amount of shrooms you'll get down it's way lower, right? And even if you just took it from a percentage based, 1/7, that's 15% less shrooms, right? And 25 to 20, geez, that's 25% less mushrooms. And that is a huge portion of his end game viability, is controlling the map and putting the shrooms down. I mean, you know, the Malignance build was really strong. Again, don't buy it first. I see some people buying first item Malignance. Don't get it. The ultimate, a lot of Teemo's power budget left the early game a long time ago, and they pushed it into his ultimate and into his scaling. The level 6 mushroom barely does any damage, right? It doesn't even clear the backline of casters. So, don't rush Malignance, because it's not that stage of the game where you're going to be placing mushrooms all over the place. You also don't have enough charges for it to like really matter for you to be able to put them everywhere. You want Malignance second or third. All right, you want second or third because that's coinciding with level 11 or 12. You're getting more power. You're also going to be more on the map. You've got your level 10 passive, where you're dealing that extra attack speed, which is a huge buff for him, or a huge jump in power. So look for those second items, but it's sad to see this. You know, I've been having fun with Teemo, and I don't mind having a fun champion. Just never going to see play in pro. I'm okay with a champion being strong in solo queue, but maybe that's just me. Twisted Fate, big changes. So I'm going to read through this all. With the lack of mythics in the new system, we wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to broaden Twisted Fate's viable builds for those looking to take advantage of the newfound freedom with their itemization options. Ultimately, this should help players that are picking TF and suddenly find themselves against a tanky comp or an AP heavy comp where AD/TF is more appealing. These changes will mainly benefit those looking to build attack damage, Twisted Fate, but we also have a few smaller changes that will be beneficial regardless of the build. We still expect AP to be his primary build and will support him with that in mind, but now he should have a viable alternative build. This is very interesting because AD Twisted Fate can be very, very strong, and it's one of those things that you always have that option, and being able to pick a champion and one trick a champion, if they are able to be flexible to the game type, that is one of the things that you're looking for from a one trick. Nat 20, critical strikes roll an additional 6-sided die that is weighted towards 1 rather than 6. What? Are they talking about the gold that he's making? We just have to look this up. Whenever he kills an enemy, gain based on probability. All right, so you gain the gold. Okay, so this is entirely the passive. So your critical strike. So when you hit a crit, now you roll an additional 6-sided die again that is weighted towards the 1. So this one was mostly weighted towards 6, kind of crazy. Now the second one is weighted towards 1. So it's probably going to be the inverse of this. This is funny. Since his dice are loaded, he has an increased chance of gaining a 6. You know, that's how he is. Okay, so every crit, how much gold is this in the early game? And does this mean that we can go Cloak of Agility first? Critical strikes. Well, you also have Shadow Flame, by the way, that allows you to critically strike, right? This is the new change to the item. Let's make sure we get this right. Magic damage and true damage critically strike against enemies below 35% health for 120% damage, increased to 130. So this is all of your damage, by the way. Okay, it's not just the first source, it's everything. So when you're hitting anyone that's low health, you are critically striking them. So if this says magic damage will critically strike, then that should also hit things like the Leandri's Anguish upgrades, right? The Riftmaker and the Torment, because those are also all dealing magic damage. And if those all crit and you always get this extra gold, that means that Shadow Flame might just be the new first best item on Twisted Fate. I'm going to take a peek. There's no way that there's enough sample size on this. This is day of the patch. There's no way that enough games have been played already on it, but I just want to take a peek to see if we see any first item Shadow Flames or second item Shadow Flames. Shadow Flame first, 37%. It's only 8 games. We don't even see it. There it is. All right, 44%. All right, so the builds still don't like it, mostly because other things are better. Winning items. Okay. So it goes up significantly. So we're talking about third item. Based on how low it was earlier, that means it must be quite high here. No, 53. All right, this is not that special. None of at no point does this item feel like it's doing great. This is 52.5. Let's see it based on the last patch. 52.5. It was 56. How could that be? It just has to be low sample size. We'll have to wait. There's no way that this item got worse, especially with other items being nerfed, unless I'm about to find a Shadowflame reference. I guess we'll have to read through the rest of the post. Anything, this will be, it will be very interesting to see using a crit strike item as a way to generate gold that is probably even more effective than Cull. So I think I'm going to say Cull is almost definitely wrong always on this champion, because you just have access to Cloak of Agility, and that probably generates more, but we'll have to do a little test on that. I don't want to just do it right now. Let's do it right now. Just gonna put a bot in the river. There's nothing that critically strikes here, right? No.
Lady Luck is smiling.
Although, you know what? Let's see if Dark Harvest counts as a crit on its own. Hey, what's up? I appreciate that. Amelia Mystic at Twitch, how you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. How about you? This is one that would almost assuredly be a great item, right? You probably have Essence Reaver. Probably have this. No, you want this. All right. Anyways, this is an idea of what we might have from a Twisted Fate build.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
All right, so passive. I think it will start showing us. I'm not seeing any gold right here. And we're definitely not gaining any gold. So something's definitely wrong here, guys. So we'll have to get back on this. Maybe we'll just keep doing, I guess we'll just keep going in case it's a game timer thing. Like you can't start generating until 1:30. But yeah, I guess we can solve that with this. Alright, gold is starting to go up. I don't see any +1s happening here. I don't see any +1s happening here. So that means we have to just check whether or not it's on minions. You know what? You must have to activate it. Yeah, it's gotta be, it must be that when you are already hitting the passive, it'll roll an extra die. Yeah, there it is. There's the 14s. Yeah, I got you. Okay, so if you critically strike, it's only on a minion last hit. Okay. Alright, at least it's not on hit. But when you're killing all of these things, you see that we're getting the +2, +4. No, see, 21 +6 +3. Yeah, there's the extra coin going off, right? 21 +4 +6 +5 +1. You know, so we see them all right here. +2 +5. I mean, you know, this is a very satisfying thing. Like, obviously, you won't have this much at the beginning of the game, but it is very satisfying to deal these big chunks of damage. His passive is very good for this, and seeing all this extra gold come out, it's actually kind of absurd. Alright, so what kind of builds would we go? I mean, Phantom Dancer for kiting, Rapid Fire Cannon for the card. I suspect you would always want Essence Reaver just because you want Lichbane. You'd also definitely want Navori Quickblades. So what's the last little bit here? Is it just Infinity Edge for the damage? Static Shift for the wave clear? Storm Razor for the move speed? This is probably a big one. This is probably the rest of it. Maybe Kraken Slayer for just the on-hit, being able to attack faster. So a very interesting build. It's kind of interesting. Might be something else that we'll put on the list. What's my favorite game? League of Legends. This not bank out? Yeah, let's sleep. Really like your stream. Is there a chance we can connect on Discord so I can be update with your new stream? And I don't know what this is about, but probably not. Thanks, I'm all set. All right, the other changes. 50% bonus AD going on to the wild cards. Oh my, if they're just literally giving us chances all over the place, then that's going to be insane. Blue crits, they've added a multiplier. Oh my goodness. This is literally going to be crazy good. Locking a new card resets his auto attack timer. Interesting. So, oh wow, that adds a little a skill cap. You normally have to go hit. You're moving. You're waiting for the card to come up. Blue, red, yellow. Blue, red, yellow. So what you ideally want to do, even when your color comes up, you want to hit, then select, and then hit again. Very interesting. I guess they just want to make sure that it's very clean. That if you happen to accidentally click a card after you've already auto-attacked, it's going to clean this up, but that's a big quality of life change. Pick a card now affects inhibitors and the Nexus. Wow, all of these things are insane. Stacked deck, bonus attack speed going up to 60, damage 75, it gained a 75%. What is going on, guys? Stacked deck now affects towers at 50% effectiveness. And now he has it on spawn. So you press E and you immediately have it. What is this? Oh my goodness. This might be our new one trick. Guys, if there's one champion you want to play, you've got multiple different modes, and this AD is probably just broken right now. This is insane how much love they put into here. And this is fun. Just gaining the extra gold. If nothing else, I think you'd have fun going zeal into this. Seems like it would be pretty good. Vhagar, base health increased, quality of life change. Interesting. Yeah, basically because of all the assassins around, and all of the assassins are bad matchups for Vhagar. Even if you have the cage, they have too much mobility. Items, Bloodsong has been so insanely strong. They're dropping 2%. It's still insanely strong. Experimental Hexplate, they're getting it out of the Noon Quiver, which they should have done from the beginning. Same total cost. You're getting a little bit more upfront attack speed, and you're losing some from the activation. Overall, this is a buff to the item. Frozen Heart going down by, or being 100 more expensive. Still the best item for its cost in the entire game. The Horizon Focus range is going from 700 to 600. This is a big change. So every champion, if you play a champion that has spells that are at that 700 range now, 650 especially, you are now going to be able to hit this. We're talking about a lot of Syndra QEs. We're also talking about damage where you cast a spell at 600 and it leaned into that 650 range. Previously didn't give you the bonus, now it will. And also the reveal radius is going up to 1400, which is insane. This is a great anti-trap, anti-stealth, camouflage mechanic. So Horizon Focus is one of those items that you guys should be trying out. This feels like it's one of those buffs where they just give it and they say, no, really, like, you should build this on a lot of people. Please go build it so you can see how good it is. It's much like Freak treated Static Shiv around this time last year when people still weren't playing it. And he's like, no, guys, look, it's good. Let me jack it up to a number where it's so good that you have to play it. And then they had to revert it for 4 consecutive patches. Phantom Dancer is building out of Zeal. Rift Maker, the best item in the game probably for the best champions, the battle mages, going up by 100. Steel Sigil, they're now reducing its cost to 100. It felt so bad to buy this item because the stats on it were ridiculously awful, and it almost made you not want to even consider the items on the other half because that's unique. There's never been an item that was priced that way. Why would you ever do that instead of just buying the other components, you know? So now they're changing that. It is now, I believe they targeted at 100, but like 100%, just it is what the base items are worth. But still, there's still room to make this cost 1,000 without any big deal. They just don't want it to come online faster than some of the other items. That said, they gave us Serrated Dirk at 1,000, so who knows? Storm Surge, the biggest problem in the entire format right now. Ability power down by 10. All right, flat. This is also going to hit some Kaisa builds. Passive Squall damage, looking at each of the elements. Let's see, 100 to 200. It is going down by 10% AP and losing by 7.5% AP here on the range. This is a big change. It's still going to be the best item because of all the other stats it goes. So make sure you're getting Crypt Bloom and Storm Surge into your AP builds somewhere. Stridebreaker gaining 5% attack speed and reducing its cost by 100 probably makes this the most cost effective for a lot of different bruiser type top laners that really want to stick onto you, the Sets and Dariuses of the world. The support item, like we said early on, if you watch the beginning of the cast, it always feels like Big Brother's going to change the game, and the double support changes, and really, you can actually go triple support. You could do it last year. You can still do it. It's still actually good. You don't necessarily want to do it on a farmer ever, but who it's still good on is a tank. As you're going to build but haven't reached your second item, is the perfect time to build a support item. All right, from that point on, you're grouping with your team anyways, so you don't need to farm. You're also just going to get the benefits of being around your teammates, get the gold escalation. So it's an item that pays for itself, that turns into a perfectly gold efficient spot, plus wards, plus an insane effect, right? And for the tanks, we're talking about, I think it's the Sleigh Ride and the bulk one that lets out a shockwave. Both of those are great effects that you can get on your team for 500 gold. You'll just be with the team while you're finishing the quest. You'll be gaining that 1,000 gold that will help you finish the second item anyways, and then you can just be with your team, and if you win 2 team fights, you get a third item and you're good. It's just a very natural progression. If you guys do that in game, I'd love to know about it. Hashtag StratChat will be the secret call out. You can let me know in the comments with that tag if you manage to do something like it. I want to know. Bounty adjustments. The boss, where are you? We made an adjustment to the bounty system which will further reduce individual bounties for those on the losing team. We're looking to improve an edge case where players on the losing team can get a seemingly undeserved bounty due to accumulating a large amount of CS without dying. We also believe there's room to push this modifier further. So this is basically, you're the one guy in your team who isn't inting and you have a CS lead, and then you end up with a bounty even though your team's losing, and then when they kill you, the snowball continues. So they're trying to address that. As the team with more gold should already have plenty of opportunities on the map to progress their lead, and they don't need to secure as large a bounty on the champion, that could just be the only hope for the losing team. So I love this design change. Bounty gold, this is probably not going to be something you can exploit, so we won't go into that, but the change is an extra 10% of the player's bounty is reduced depending on gold deficit. That's very interesting. They don't actually mark this in the game. They probably should on the scoreboard. Infernal Drake adjustments. You're now getting double the amount of ability haste for every cinder you pick up. Now it's actually supposed to be a little bit more viable to actually do the bard route of just go pick them all up and see what happens. You should really be scaling on whether or not you've already completed an item. If you've just recently completed an item, then yes, ability haste is the best way you can spike your champion, but really you need like 8. So we're talking a significant amount of these. We're talking 6 or 7 that you need to pick up before you really feel the difference. But each one mattering this much more, it will matter. It also means that shutting someone down in the end game, keeping track of who might actually have a ton of cinders, might be a valuable thing, because they do explode and spill all of their cinders on death. So I think, what is it, all but 5 maybe? You want to go pick these up. You want to go target that player. It's like its own little mini bounty system. Really cool that it's in the game. Gameplay quality improvements. I'm so glad that they did this and they didn't put it under individual champions or in the bug reports, because all of these are things that made sense that they would happen, or got rid of really bad edge cases on champions. And I'm going to go over these because, for example, what was it, 4 straight patches, we had to report Rammus is still getting his attack canceled as he comes out of his W. Hit, your shield drops, you stop, hit, and then you start a whole new animation that's slower. It's like, it felt so bad. And sometimes if you didn't catch that and you didn't drop the ball curl intentionally a quarter second early to get that last hit off, it could be the difference between winning and losing fights. And like, you don't want that to be the way that champions work. We don't believe that Kayn should be able to accelerate the game's passive through runes, so you're no longer going to be able to do this with First Strike or Aerie. Rost R now heals even if the guy dies. Makes sense. Taric E, you now get to Ghost. This is a very big deal for Taric in the laning phase in particular, and for those late game team fights where you might get body blocked by a tank trying to peel you, you will now be able to go right through them. This is very, very interesting. Also could end up with some niche like bad cases where you accidentally click through someone, but you should basically just aim your belly to be on their belly and you'll be okay to get this cast off. Rammus will properly play his auto attack when his W ends. Kled Q is no longer variable in duration. Who knows why it was to begin with. Evelyn now tracks enemies following under the ult threshold much more often. Hopefully we see this same thing for Urgot and company. Everyone with executes. Jace Hammer E now uses regular knockback instead of fixed distance upon the spell being cast. This is something that was abused in pro play. You could reposition players in a very advantageous way. It looks like they're trying to get rid of that. Evelyn W can no longer target small monsters. Medium and Krug larger only. It already cannot target minions, right? So this is the charm. This is just to make sure that you don't accidentally hit the small one when you're trying to hit the big one. Heimerdinger's Q and RQ turret now update their stats every 1 second, reflecting level ups, rank ups, and AP purchases. They no longer snapshot their stats when summoned. That's fantastic. This is like Teemo Shrooms now. When you plant them, they have stats, and every time that you get stronger, they're supposed to increase. Now the turrets do. So very interesting. If you put them on the map, you go, you shop, you come back, they'll just be stronger. Teemo's Demalt Adaptive Force is now finally being swapped to ability power. York's in-game runes will now replace Glacial Augment with First Strike and Aftershock with Grasp of the Undying. This will affect 0.06% of York players, or the times that the servers lag and you can't change your runes. But this is kind of interesting. I don't think they should do this, because his W does do this, and it is often used correctly to displace people with long channel times, where they're just like, I'm a Tom Kench jumping, or I'm a teleport, or whatever effect. And you say, okay, drop it right here. So it spawns as you're trying to finish the movement. You can actually trap people with this effect. I think I would never do it, but for the sake of the fact that it could be a build, and I don't know, I think it should be available. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? That's just me. You can let me know if I'm crazy. Gragas W now applies against turrets and other structures, dealing 50% normal damage. Gragas W now applies in damage in an AoE when targeting structures and includes them. So this is sort of like Galio's splash should have been working the same way Gragas's did. They looked exactly the same, so Gragas is now getting that. This is actually a buff. Kennen will now respawn with W fully stacked, so basically the first hit will be the charge. Ornn R and R2 will no longer be able to target allies or on the minimap. This is to deal with the misclicks where you end up casting your R2 when you didn't mean to. Cho'Gath R now grants 2.5 cast range per stack, maximum at 10 stacks. Interesting. Quality of life change. The attack range per stack is increasing, and this is just a buff. I wouldn't even call this unless this is our cast time. Oh, it's saying our attack range. Cast range. No, they're talking about attack range. Cast range? Gosh, I wish I would get the words right. Maybe I just don't know. Is going up. Either way, this is a nice quality of life. It's going to be strong. It's just a buff. At this point, this is just a nice Cho'Gath buff. Cho'Gath R tooltip now displays the range increases if you hold shift for more info, as all abilities should. Fizz W now applies to structures at 50% damage. The dot does not apply to inhibitors. Interesting. Jax W and R now apply to structures at 50% damage. Previously, the W, you were hitting with Sheen and the auto. I don't know if it was actually the W damage that was ever counting. Very interesting to see that. I think it was hitting harder. So interesting. Is this now 50? Is this a nerf or a buff? Lulu's Pix moves faster, especially when further away from its target. Vayne Q-empowered autos cannot be accidentally cancelled. Good, that's like every other attack in the game. When you have an empowered attack, they're not supposed to be cancelled. Kog'Maw gains an auto attack range indicator during his W, like Lethal Tempo and Rapid Fire Cannon. Good. Nami Ars will strike behind her on cast to mirror visuals and similar spells like Azir. Good, so if someone just slides right behind her, she'll still hit them. Trundle Q now has bonus attack range. Volibear Q has bonus attack range. This is beautiful. It's everyone that has empowered autos is supposed to have this extra 25 attack range. Nocturne Q Trail has 25 more units forgiveness before you count as outside of it. Okay. Nocturne Q Trail now attaches to large and epic monsters in addition to champions. Good. Yeah, this used to happen. Rand's passive now damages every quarter second instead of every 1 second. That's a huge buff. Neela W now buffers out of other spells. Oh, so while you're in the animation, you can still activate your W. This is a good change too, especially in pro play when you're trying to get that perfect maximum effect to cancel an empowered attack. W can now be cast during other spell windups as well. Neela EQ is very inconsistent and often doesn't fire her Q. We've noticed that. Adjusted to be more consistent. Wards that could be placed beside a brush are now slightly nudged into them. This is very nice that they did that. So now you're correct to target outside. Basically, don't ever miss too far inside. If you want a bush to see, they got rid of the dot bush in the river that mattered so much before, where 1 pixel on the dot bush would affect whether or not you could see someone coming through on top lane, the red side, the northern quadrant of the northern quadrant near mid lane. That you could wrap around that wall if a ward was in the wrong pixel, and that's something that they want to change. So every time that you want to see that extra range, make sure that you're pushing right on the edge. Zig's W should be able to be activated while rooted. Good. That should also be, it shouldn't count as a movement ability. Swain's passive will now be tracked on his tooltip icon. Also good. These are fantastic. This is my favorite section ever. Poppy's buckler will now bounce back to her if her target is dead when it hits. Does it normally go wherever they're facing? This is interesting. I've never figured out how her buckler worked. Draven axes, Gnar boomerangs, they all have ways that you can dictate where it's going to land. And it looks like there might be a hint right here. It must be wherever they're facing, because now if they're dead, it'll come back to her. Interesting. Akali's passive now extends itself very slightly if attacks are taken in the last few frames before the buff expires. Good. This is taking those cases where you started the attack and then you'd lose the buff. Shaco's clone will now attack the nearest visible enemy champion within 1500 range of it when dead. What do you mean attack? Shaco's clone will now attack. Oh, when he dies, right? Rather than the thing turning off, it'll now chase. This is a huge deal for Shaco players, because this was one of the things like, damn, I guess I'm dead and now no one's gonna touch my clone. You'd love for it to chase people, and that way when it expired, you'd still get that big pop. That's adding a lot of power into this champion. Shaco's clone will now stop to cast the fake W and will only do so within 300 units of Shaco Prime. Interesting. So you can make him look real. Will now stop to cast the fake W. Oh my god, I can't wait to see what Pink Ward does with this. It'll be so cool. This is fascinating. Shaco clone will stop to cast a fake E and will only do so within 575 units of Shaco Prime E's target. This also fakes a missile. All right, good. So basically when you're casting spells, you're no longer giving away who's the real one. This is a wonderful, wonderful quality of life change. Other changes, Scryer's Bloom will no longer reveal champion pets for longer than champions, as that was unintentionally revealing those characters for longer. Shifted Tiamat and Ravenous Hydra actives to use attack timers if those are lower than their cast time. This is something that felt clunky when you were attacking and then you did the activation, it would slow down your attack, so that's gone. Momentum items will no longer lose momentum when attacking traps or plants. Thank goodness. This is a huge deal that made those things feel bad. A number of champions probably have cooldowns listed on their passives. Wow, what a good job. This is so nice. Huge props. Hashtag winning. Good job, Riot. Sometimes I'm very critical of the things you do. This was fantastic. This was really, really good. ARAM balance changes. We don't care. Brand via VFX. Clash. We're going to do special deals for teams. If you have a team together, we're just going to do the rate of one lesson that would be for a private one-on-one. We're going to do it for the whole team. So if you guys want to get in on that, make sure you're checking out gigagamingacademy.com and you can go sign up for lessons there. And there's lots of deals for the 2024 season. Practice tool updates. Finally, you can add void grubs and jungle monsters. All right. It is nice that they're adding the functionality into the game the way it should work. It's still like you can never really trust that this is exactly the same as the real game. They still need to give us Chrono Break. Please, Riot. Hashtag Riot, please. Give us Chrono Break. Give us actual training tools where we can put a game into effect with our team in practice so that they can replay a scenario and actually go for it. It'll increase the quality of the product at the professional level where you have millions of people watching. It is just a win. Please give it to us. Mythic Shop rotation. We've got one of the best skins ever released coming in. We've got Project Zed, Pulsefire Thresh, Conqueror Jax. These are all nice, but we're missing out on some good ones. So hopefully you got in on these. You might have until this evening to get those done. Bug fixes and quality of life changes. They put a huge slew of them on here. So make sure you're going to check out your champion. See if there's a niche case that is addressed here that'll help you play. Apart from that, we've got Primal Ambush. I love this Primal skin line. I think it looks really cool. And then Foreseen Yasuo, 3 Honors Akshan for the honorable appeal, and we've got Smolder coming out. Can't wait to do a champion spotlight for that. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I appreciate you, and we'll catch you next time. Make sure you like and subscribe. I will catch you on the flip side. Peace. Now let's get into some games. What did we say we wanted to try? We've been wanting to put in the Udyr. We want to try Darius Jungle, Spear of Shojin Ezreal. We want to try Alawi, AD Twisted Fate. That takes the cake. AD Twisted Fate's got to be the first one. So let's see, what do we want for this? What items do we want? Twisted Fate builds. Let's center it around. Let's center it around one AD item. Whatever's the first one we see is probably the one that gets played the most. Rapid Fire Cannon? I guess we can go Rapid Fire Cannon. That should solve, should find us some other AP builds. Always second. Always second. Looking for these AD. Oh, I can't do the last 30 days. I have to do this. Or like the last 14, so we don't get all the Everfrosts. Alright, let's see. We're peeking. Rod of Ages. Make him tankier. Lichbane, Storm Surge on hit. Rod of Ages so you can be in the battle zone. Ludens for a little bit of extra burst. Not seeing any AD pop up. Okay, so that means we're going to have to dig in. How about winning items the past day? Maybe this would be, I expect it to be a tiny sample size. We just don't have enough to go by. Winning items. Dasher's Tooth, Cosmic Drive. This is small sample, by the way, guys. But look at this. Infinity Edge, Navori Quick Blades. We were talking about this. Your attacks reduce your non-ability cooldowns by 12%. Now, this won't affect your E because your E is on a static trigger of 5 attacks, so it's not hitting that, but being able to get your extra Qs out, now that your Qs are auto resets, means that this is a direct damage increase, plus you have the extra critical strike for the extra gold. Your abilities deal up to 20% increased damage based on critical strike chance. And yeah, now that you're building crit on this champion, this is all going to add up. It's all going to be greater. We know Rapid Fire Cannon's great. We know Navori's going to be great. What's the rest of the build going to look like? Is it just like Rush's Zeal items apart from that? Infinity Edge just for the extra damage. Immortal Shield Bow to stay alive. Shadow Flame. I was thinking about that for the extra 100% crit when they're low health. But, no, yeah, that's only can affect the damage amplifier here. 40% critical strike damage. That's very interesting. Shadow Flame, Infinity Edge. I wonder if like an Akali might benefit from something like that. All the damage that you deal to them is crit, and all the crit damage is amplified. It's that would be fascinating to know. And Akali is that leftover champion that was still okay with static shiv. Watch it get banned here. Kadunk.
Lady Luck is smiling.
Alright, so let's see. AD definitely wants the ghost. What are we going to want? You're going to have fleet footwork for the extra charge. This can work in some builds like Storm Razor, where you get the extra move speed that could be useful, and also for the rapid fire cannon. So you just have that increased synergy. I don't know that we're going to go with Cyclo Sword. I don't think there would be any reason. Lethality does probably not cutting it. It'll be really interesting to see everything that's going on with the Q changes, all the AD ratios, and seeing that. But it seems like everything's pointing towards fleet footwork being very good. We want to keep our mana topped off since we won't have access to lost chapter items. Almost always we want to have attack speed, although sometimes when you're playing AD you're more susceptible to a lot of crowd control, but in general you just want to be proccing more often. Going here, this all makes sense. New changes. Again, this is going to be the new things. Flat health, scaling health versus tenacity. Generally, it's going to be here. Probably a safe place to move everything. We're definitely going move speed, and I think we're going attack speed. So this is the big thing. I think they're absolutely nuts for putting this in the game. Move speed and the runes. This is going to be a pretty magnanimous win for every character that can use it. So let's make sure to get that in. What else do we want? We want access to flashes. We want ghosts. Cosmic Insight might work. Do we want the extra push power? Generally, you needed it on Dematerializer so that you could push in the wave with your Q, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not that still hits. So let's try a game with it. We're also going to go for triple tonic so we get that flip. Why is it not letting me save? I can save. Good. We should be able to test a little bit of everything with this. And then defenses, tenacity is not it. We'll go flat health so we can bully the Kassadin as much as possible. Oh ho ho, I do appear to be gold 1. Your powers of observation are astounding. I don't even know if that's right. That's probably right. Is gold 1 right? Need to go look it up. We'll see. Don't come for the clicking. Don't. This is not why we're here. If you want to see good mouse clicks, you can go watch TF Played. Alright, so this is actually going to work very nicely for us. The fact that it's Kassadin. Normally Kassadin's trying to prey on the fact that we have a AP champion that he can counter. The fact that we're AD is a very natural progression. This is one of the things that you always did on this champion anyways. Against Kassadin, you'd always go Doran's Blade and just bully the heck out of him. So that's going to be our prerogative, and what we're going to try to do as much as possible. Cassante Clear I know nothing about. I'll be happy to watch this guy. I have a feeling that it's not going to be very good. Senna is still overpowered. Going with these two, we'll see whether or not she goes for the double support item. This is exactly the sort of situation where you should, by the way. All right, we talked about tank top laners. I still don't think that junglers are allowed to buy support items. I haven't tested that yet. But this situation where Senna can stop farming later as you join the group phase, right? When you're grouping up with your team and you're not farming anymore, that's the moment when you can go into your support item even as an AD carry. And tanks don't need to farm. Senna also doesn't need to farm. Yorick doesn't need to farm. You can be with the group and let the spawns come to you at that increased rate. All right, Fiora versus Aatrox is a hard counter matchup. Fiora just needs to be willing and able to use her riposte in the face of the Q, and then she absolutely crushes that. It's easier said than done, though. So what I'm going to try to do is position, try to keep on moving these over. Use my E for the last hits whenever I can. Oh, I missed one right there. Going to be attacking Kassadin as much as possible because it also generates the push. You'll see how the casters actually go after me, but it doesn't matter. When you bring fleet footwork, you literally ignore this, right? And with Doran's as well. So you keep on laying these hits out, poking them as often as possible. You want to try to hit them with every single hit that you can. We're going to try the W reset right here. We should be able to get an attack charged first, like get the W cast ready, and then we can get a reset with the E, is what we'd like to do. Let's try right here. Yeah, that's, wow. Did that cancel my first one, actually? Can you guys pause the video? Let me know. If you, yeah, that'll be very interesting to see. It is tough to get that timing down, though. At least for me right now. For first interval, that seemed very tricky to do. All right, wave's coming back out. Cass is only level 3. We're doing similarly on health. They've already burned a potion. So I'm going to let my jungler know that this is a very easy time to gank Kassadin because he's basically stuck. See how much the Q deals now. It feels like it's there. Oh, that still felt clunky. Alright, we didn't get the Rengar's attention. That's okay, though. Okay, that was a nice little E-flash from Kassadin with the Ignite. Tried to get the reset, the auto reset off, and we couldn't do it. Alright, time to test this. Nice little E-flash from Rengar. Right, it's that Flash E, right? Flash E, you can't actually reposition on Rengar. Happy to be wrong about that. Let's see. Attack speed, in general, going up seems good. Cooldown. I kind of want to test whether or not the Q is still going to one-shot with the AD ratios. Probably should have done that one in Practice Tool first. Wave's pushing out, so I don't need to be in any rush here. Gonna let it stack up. Let Rengar get back on the map before I push. If I push too early, then we could have a situation where I'm out there and I don't have support, so I do want to wait a little bit. Also, it has the ancillary benefit of killing more minions before the Kassadin shows up. Alright, so now with the minion lead, we should feel very comfortable to harass. Go step up. We're going to try to zone the cast off of everything that we can. I'm really actually feeling... Yeah, like, we need to have the crit get the kill, so the early Cloak of Agility is not going to be right. Alright, this is probably our last chance to really bully this guy, so I'm going to try to take that. We want to get this wave coming back out to us. So now I'm ready to... Wow, that is really clean and crisp. Nice little move by him. Rengar's nearby, I can be a little bit more aggressive. Rengar's looking. This guy's got no flash, although I never alerted him to it. Still ghosted. Tough. Yeah, champion does champion things, right? Oh, that is so clean, the WW now. What should we do for builds here? Obviously still AD. Devoid Quick Blades is the very reasonable like option to look at first. Essence Reaver also very natural. I think it just has to be here, right?
An enemy has been slain.
Alright, Cass is 6. He's going to be strong enough to fight us. Very scary also when he starts building this AP first. A lot of people make a mistake of getting Rod of Ages first, or the Catalyst of Eons. You always want to make sure that you're actually able to fight back in the moments where you do get to fight back. So he's got the Blasting Wand. It'll be a little bit scarier. One of the things I actually regret doing right here is my back timer didn't match up well for Rengar taking the Grublings. I love that he's actually pulling off of the grubs. This is something a lot of people don't do. They're looking so much at the mechanics of how they work that they're not ready to go for other ganks. This Rengar looks really, really solid right now. So I'm pushing up. This is giving me the prio to go help. This is the window that could have been abused against us. Yeah, it's kind of daunting to think of all the Twisted Fate buttons to press. Nope. See if he jumps on us. Did it just give us an extra bonus there? Hey. Yikes. Alright. Gonna do this. Oh, there we go. See him.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
They're popping off. Oh, that's with an early hubris too? My goodness, yeah, this one's pretty over. I don't know why I got this. This is not the one I want. The attack speed would have been just fine built into the Berserker Greaves. We need Draven to help. I can't get here. Do take it over. There's gonna be a what's his face over here. I'm gonna start ghosting now.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has
That's a hit.
You have slain an enemy. Double kill.
Well, the damage is high. That guy's hubris is going nuts now. Yeah, this clearing's really nice. This is actually feeling really smooth. I mean, it seemed like it would. Like, look how much damage that Q deals now. It used to feel so bad to put any... You literally didn't put any points in this spell before. And now it feels totally fine. Really clean on the reset there too. I'm a little bit too far pressed up, especially without this cannon. This is a mistake to come over here. Kind of preying on people's weak tendencies. I couldn't get my double attack off there. I don't know if this guy realizes how much damage I'm going to deal to him. Could hunt the Cassante, who... Red could be respawning? We didn't sketch the timer before, right? Fiora is winning that hard counter matchup. Everything's coming up spades. Not the best way to clear. Do not recommend. Alright, let's try a little WW. Yeah, that's quick. That's nice. Yeah, alright, so it doesn't catch the old one. It will go for the time. I tried to lock in right there as it was changing to see if it would make a difference, and it looks like it will. Let's go get our items. Although, let's go see how this fight's going. See where the Cassante's at. This is for the team good. They did not need my help there. Could help them to shove in. Draven does not need help though right now. He's fresh off of a bye, so he's good. Let's go. What do we want to go? Tenacity, just because it's this team. We're going to be in these fights for a little bit longer. What else did we say we wanted? Navori Quick Blades was the big one, right? This is one of those champions that every level is nice on the abilities, so should be a lot of fun. Casadino went straight for the Rod of Ages, so he's going to be very, very weak here. Maybe I should have just gone for a crit item first. Look at how smooth that is, right? These animations are clean. Double attacks right there. Like the Q damage being not miserable. God. Look at that. Double attacks right there for the cards. Two hits again. We can let this melt this a little bit. Get a little poke on. My mistake. I could have done better on that. Look at that. That's clean. As long as we can go. I'm gonna have to slow down the tape to make sure it's actually working. Alright, so I should clear top. I am closer to my money expenditure than she is. Or sorry, further away. I don't need to rotate straight over. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. Yeah, I should have. This is late. Let's get some ideas. Got him. Vision OP. Yeah, that's clean. That's definitely happening. That was definitely an auto reset. The questions can be what if the frame's perfectly lining up with the animations. Draven mid. Oh my god. Oh, okay. I take it back. I take it back. Oh, Rengar. You found a new spot. I like it.
Rampage.
This hubris is popping off, man.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Give the stacks to the Draven whenever we can. I think we got a piece. Unfortunately, just short, so we have to go here. Always worth. This is fun though. Oh man, I may have found a champion that's worth keeping me under what keeping me faithful. Probably should have picked up the blue trinket, huh? Alright, do we test our skills against this? Baited? Sure, I wasn't nearby, that's okay. You like that? Nice little synergy, Rengar with Twisted Fate.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Definitely could have played that better.
An enemy has been slain.
Oy.
Summoner has disconnected.
That's hubris first on a snowballer. This Rengar played great, man. This will be a lot of fun. We'll actually give him a shout out. Take a peek at the gameplay. (16-1) hubris opportunity. I mean, opportunity is obviously insane. Profane Hydra for the extra lethality AoE when you get in there. Although usually you'd want something like Cyclo Sword, but it's a lot of fun to see what they're doing with this, and it gives you that extra burst on the activation, right? Would be interesting to see if, I mean, Profane Hydra is just overstated, so it could just also be that they want to go for that. Let's take a peek. How's Rengar doing? pick this out as one of our biggest winners and the best hubris user in the game. I don't always see it first. You definitely, this is feast or famine when you go first. You absolutely have to do it. Usually the like stock standard opportunity is just the best on everybody because of the extra damage that you're doing up front, and then U moves being that good as well, although an extra button to press. But look at Profane, it's actually showing up everywhere. Makes sense. It's not winning at a higher rate than anything else, especially with that high win rate. Or with the high cost, I should say. Alright, so we have a leash, Draven leash. We'll see if Draven knows the trick. Wait, did Draven already drop an axe? Okay. When you're Draven, you want to use your Q here, and you want to start kiting the red towards the right, and then it gives you this leeway of being in combat plus the duration of the cooldown of the spell that lets you come to here. Then you reactivate your Q, and you show up to lane double spinning axes. Okay, so that's a little trick that all you Draven mains would know, and if you are new to Draven, you absolutely want to know that for your champion. It greatly increases his lane pressure to have 2 axes up right away. It means you can just walk up at the enemies and fight them, which you can't do without that. I'm just going to take a peek at Rengar's clear. Let's go up a little bit in speed. Okay, no complaints there. All 3 spells is fine. Moving the camp as he goes. Getting extra lunges off. Okay, you could move that one over here and use your last W to kill them both. Save you a little bit of time. This is another case. Anyone who's jungling, you don't actually want to go hit, move, hit, move, hit, move, hit, move, because then you're actually trading the same amount of attacks. If you want to come out of the jungle maximum speed and with the most health, obviously you saw right there, it didn't even matter because the new health regen's insane, and Rengar's going to be full health anyways. But when you're going generally, you want to go hit, hit, move, hit, move. Or if you're someone with low attack speed that doesn't go in attack speed rune like a Mumu, then you want to go 3 hits for 2 and then kite, and that's how you come out of the jungle healthier every single time. That only matters in the top 0.1% or 0.1% of games where the players actually have mastery of their jungle clears down to the seconds, and it really matters where on the map you can contest people based on clear speeds coming down to those seconds, right? Alright, so just standard double clear. Did path through mid, so got the extra experience. Ended up getting the kill. You don't actually need to get the kill to have that extra bonus, but this is already enough, isn't it? And so there's a double kill, so I do believe that this clear is not going to give us enough for Hubris. One of the things about jungle changes, again, look at the gold that he spent. Without the kill, you'd still have enough for Serrated Dirk. You just full clear into Serrated Dirk. It's something you can very easily accomplish. This Rengar has gotten the extra kill, and now 2 extra kills as well, which means that they're sitting on enough to just go finish the Hubris, and we all saw what happened next. Kind of tricky to do on Rengar. I haven't tested it myself, but something you can do on all champions is alternate your hits so that they're all getting low, so you don't end up fighting through the shield and then the double shield. Did he actually ding the level off of this? Oh, he's already 6. Okay. 6 just from the extra bonuses. Getting those extra kills is enough to get him there. Didn't waste any time. So if you get these, you notice that when they die, they give the shield, and when this one dies, it's going to deal or give the double stack shield up. If instead you go and you try to get them all low and you stop hitting one and only hit the others, and you wait for your empowered roar or your empowered area of effect spell, whatever it is, whoever it is, then you can try to kill all of them with the same hit. That's how you can save yourself some time in the jungle. Alright, and from here, I think we just go and speed it up even more. Just Twisted Fate, spotting out Cassante. start this fight. We don't need to finish it. Good choice to just step back, not over chase. Go and just keep on bruising this guy. He's got such a huge lead, right? We're talking about hubris versus what? Hubris versus a tier, a boot, and a cloth armor, right? Like, this is insane. Flash, jumping away. Beautifully done. I can't think of a thing that I would want to change about this guy's game. Popping that blast cone is a neat little trick you can do to get your stacks up, but it's not necessarily always great. But I mean, this guy's clean. This guy's clean. You guys want a Rengar nutshell lesson? Just watch this. Copy what this guy did. Even pulling off the Void Grogs to go find that gank. And now, once you do have this lead, perma presence, right? One thing that could be a little bit better, you don't need to spend any time on camps now. You should basically only take camps when there's nothing else to do. When you're taking this much of a lead, every time that you farm a camp is a chance for them to come back by farming their camps. And you don't want to go 50-50. You don't want to go 1-for-1, right? So you want to constantly be pressing on the things they can do. But very nice right there. Using the grass to jump onto the turret. I actually want to watch that in slow motion because I did not know that this was a new thing on this map. Okay, alright, so he jumped to the minion. The minion was enough. One minion coming to this side. I don't know if he meant to jump to the turret. I don't think you can, even when you step out. So you step out just for a moment, you get that flash moment where you can still jump. He jumps here. I would love to see his... Can't go back a frame with comma like I do on YouTube. That's too bad. I would love to see exactly his camera, you know, the cursor that comes up when you're about to jump. Let's see this micro movement, okay? So right now he decides to go in. Yeah, so he doesn't need to do any other steps. So it could actually be possible that from here you can step here and go attack the turret. Now that means anytime that is possible, we got to go test it, right? We got to go find out. So let's take a peek. We're going to test to see if Rengar can jump. From behind mid turret now with this new brush configuration. See how you have that lingering moment? You show and then jump. It doesn't look like the bush, like the turret's ever attainable here. Yeah, you can see this is very meaningfully intentional. We'll see if we can do it with what you call it, rapid fire cannon. Yeah. Ah. Did they get rid of this?
Minions have spawned.
Hmm? You're supposed to be able to buffer this jump. Is it just not to turrets anyways? He leaps to enemies he attacks. Okay. Hmm. Okay, you definitely can buffer it. They didn't get rid of that, right? So if I go ultimate here, I click here and then flash, it'll immediately jump, right? So I can let go after I press the flash button. No more mouse inputs. Okay. All right. Yeah, just unable to hit the turret. Good to know. Good to know. That Rengar player, props to you, man. That was a clean game. Oh my goodness. My screen is still in the patch notes. Gross. Why didn't you yell at me? All right, more TF. So some other news today, or I guess 2 days ago, Riot with some layoffs targeted at the fringe development games. They're trying to stay to the core of the games that have succeeded, and so that means Arcane, TFT, Valorant, Summoner's Rift, Wild Rift, and the MMO. That's basically it. They said that there's big updates on Project L, which is the MMO, I think. So they should still be okay. Hopefully this means that they hone back in and they bring people back in to places where they don't need it. It does mean that Legends of Runeterra is going to be dropped, which is too bad. It feels like that guy... Feels like that game had a lot going on. A lot of promise to it. And I definitely know one person that was a professional card player that said it was the best game that they've ever played, not close. So it's, you know, it'll be sad to see that go. Sunset. Bomb song, if you guys can get a chance, listen to it. Alan Walker's just absolutely incredible. And Putri Ariane, I think she was the Britain's Got Talent either winner or contestant who is blind and maybe a little bit deformed or something, and just has a fantastic voice. And of course Alan Walker's like, yeah, like you belong with me, doing music with me. Absolutely amazing song. Make sure you guys check it out, or I invite people to check it out. Mic check. Mic check.
Play does. Yeah. We'll see more of it as well. I will add in the
This is actually from yesterday. So we're talking about Tristana, one of those big advantaged champions from now that people have to take flat health against her instead of armor. You're going to be able to go for those all-ins much more easily. And especially if they don't know, right? More than ever, it'll be important to actually click on your enemy in the lane to see what their stats are.
Coming through.
I did so much prep on the way. And then he wasn't played in week.
This is where they're just talking about the champion abilities for a while. Triple AD carry plus Udyr. Udyr's been everywhere. See this fight. Xin putting the ward down, not willing to stick around. Maokai was willing to stick around. This is what Pro Meta is all about. Raptor camp, the proximity to mid, right, being the big thing, and especially now with the Void Grubs being a big thing. This second clamp, this idea of getting Raptors into a fast respawn for a 4-minute respawn and getting your fastest level 6 might mean the difference between shopping or not shopping for the Void Grubs. So we'll see if that ends up warping in the meta. Those are issues I can't help with. So let's see, as far as adaptive force versus attack speed, getting that extra spell effect might matter. We didn't get a chance to see whether or not 5 ranks of Q would one-shot the backline with the help of Dematerializer, so we still won't have that info yet. We also didn't really get to use Triple Tonic very well, which is something we'd like to do better. Kind of a lot of buttons to press, which means I might want to just shift away from this. Hecarim and Vhagar, very easy to trap. The movement speed, very good against both of them. Tenacity, also much better this game. Got the root, the fear, the cage. So I think we're going to go Tenacity here. Also, Vhagar's not really a threat to us, so we never need to have the extra health. We just need to dodge the ring, so the move speed and Tenacity, if we do get hit, will obviously be much better. The Alacrity, we definitely felt really healthy on attack speed. The attacks felt really clean last game. Did he say it burns when I pee? Was that just the name of the song? I guess I wasn't in. We had Encore. What do we have? Curtain Call, Encore, and the stuff with Dr. Dre. This is going to be such a huge part of the MMO. The world of Bilgewater is going to be the cool. I mean, it's not going to be endgame, but it should be. It should. I hope it's a place that we get to spend a lot of time. Do we change anything against Vhagar? Vhagar should be completely uninteractive, so maybe we can just go straight into the swords, but obviously this has so much stats on it that you just want to have it. We're going to keep it around just to make things a little bit easier, more translatable too.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Okay, role model. I was going to say, the Burns with an IPU did not remind me of any song that he sang.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Was it about intellectual property and some level of critical thinking? Yeah, well, it's got a big bear in it. Oh, crazy beat. Okay, all right, there he goes. Yeah, I liked role model. Right, they said this is supposed to be fully stacked. Gonna focus more on getting more of the last hits this game. Last game we gave up a lot. Yeah, say that. Actually don't mind this guy pushing into me because it makes it harder for him to get all of his Q stacks if the way he's pushing. Master Yi is also going to be definitely on full clear, so I can go for a rebound, hard shove, and then look to roam when I have more spells, more points in my spells. And really, I'm already going to win this with gold. I say that, and I should actually get these last hits, right? So we keep the lane here. It is going to push back now with the cannon wave arising. That's okay. We're just going to use that to our advantage. I don't know why I tried to go for the harass right there. It wasn't really meaningful. A little bit of a chunk will help though. We could harass him right here to improve his mental stack. That is something that Doba talks about a lot, and specifically, you know, the best twist. I literally just lost my buttons on my fingers. Old man problems. Doba talks a lot about the mental stack and trying to overload, and it's one of the reasons why, or the reason why, streamers will always have a tough time playing. That feels really clean. Okay, so apart from the demonstrable mistakes that I'm making, we're doing okay. It feels good.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Fade off. Didn't I swap these? I meant to. Looking at this hack room again. Do I push this? I think I do. Push and help. Obviously should have done it cleaner. We don't have a wave here. I'm actually stuck in a really bad position now. Master Yi's looking to back. Senna's weak, but Hecarim's on my flank, so I can't go for any play here. I'll be back in time to pick this up, although I am on the wrong side of the minion wave. Oh, we picked it up. Good. I'm just going to grab all 5 of these, go and harass this guy a little bit. I mishandled that. Still got away, I guess. Alright, early crits. We didn't really like the Cloak of Agility. We didn't feel it at the beginning, but what if we went double cloak? The 5% move speed is also massive. We can go massive like this. We can go like this. Let's try it. Master Yi's picking up the farm. We're going to be okay with this. When did I use my item? Oh, I don't have it, so I'm not level 6. Of course not. Why did I choose this card? That's a mistake. We can shove this, and we've got... Alright, the Q damage is actually noticeably weak still.
Shut down.
Alright, Kank went off, we're good. Does he want to take Dragon? We can. Wait, they're not fighting this guy?
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Maybe could add the wherewithal to keep on fighting the Hecarim, get another kill out of that. Felt kind of weird. You don't want to kite towards the right, you want to kite through them, because the reinforcements are coming from the other side, right? So definitely could have handled that better. Also, you can tell I spent too much time out of my lane because Hecarim got 6 before me. Yep, there's the double attack confirmed. Definitely happening there. Okay, I have to try Spear of Shojin this game too. Although the crit chance is so nice. So 9:15, we want to start planning around the Void Grubs. Especially since they got the first 3, we definitely don't want to allow them to get the rest.
An ally has been slain. Shut down. Should be clean for us. Go, 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 go. Literally just go. Oh, he's waiting for me. I got you. Wow, is he really that strong? Just clean AF. More ulted the Hecarim. Okay. I think the Yi was onto something, saying like, "Hey, I don't want to get hit by the bombs as I come in here," but you actually create more by waiting sometimes, right? Like that's something that very realistically can happen. And you want to be very, very careful about that. You actually give the guy an extra cooldown. You might get an extra bomb off. All of these things might add in. Hmm. An enemy is unstoppable.
Very clean for last hitting.
We find that angle.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
What if we try the W max instead? The bonus attack speed is obviously really, really nice in this build, but what if we try this? Blue card damage, red card damage. It does scale up enough. The slow percentage is going up. Mana cost, I don't know. I just don't think it's ever right. If Felios was headed down here, he easily could have cleared this wave. You generally want to do that, or at least clear some so that it gets stuck. You don't want the turret to be taking out this, because now it's going to force the wave to push out. It might be just enough with this guy low health that there might be enough if he dies first, but it looks like the other two are going to take up the aggro. Maybe if this caster is like, hey, F off. Alright, so we're just going to chill here for a bit. We don't have teleport. No, that is Mordekaiser. We're kind of losing for the Herald fight, so we just don't even want to fight. We just want to scale here. We've got Sona, Felios, Master Yi. No, it's a don't go. It's a don't go angle, Mordekaiser. It's not go check it out.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Enemy killing spree. Enemy rampage.
He did hit me? It didn't look like they hit me on my screen. That's too bad. Ugh, that's too bad. We really need to keep our income up.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage.
Just want to let that guy know I'm not trying to like spam ping him or anything. What can we get out of this? Phantom Dancer? This seems really good. Let's just go Quick Blades. That is a really aggressive Senna. I want to be in position. Oh, let's all in this. Oh my gosh. My team, all in, please. All in, all in, all in, all in. I obviously want to have a stopwatch, and that was really too far aggressive, so I should be hypercritical of myself too. Maybe it was the ones I could have gotten there. Maybe it would have been too slow. But I think that with perfect synergy, you absolutely want to make that play happen.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
Might be able to engage on this fight on the left side.
Shut down.
standoff is too... Alright, so going into the Corridor of Despair, obviously a mistake.
Shut down. Killing spree.
They're able to fight their way out of it. Nice.
An enemy has been slain.
What's up, Fire? Fiddlesticks amongst other junglers right now. Slow to get off the ground, which is pretty damning in an environment where you have to deal a lot of... where all the damage is up front. But itemization, things feel nice for him. Rocket Belt's been made cheaper. You have the Crypt Bloom, which is literally perfect for him. And you have Storm Surge being as good as it is. All those things kind of add up to it being pretty nice. But the big one's going to be that combat versus lethality champions in the early game, right? In the general skew of where it is. Gangplank went bottom. He's only got his ultimate now for this. Going to the right is a mistake here. 29 seconds. I can stop this push. We could also just ask Mordekaiser to go clear it. I can clear it just fine, especially with this red buff. It has spawned just before Baron, so Mord's already here. Okay. All right, let's go do it. He's got TP. If Gangplank stays down here at all, you know. Yeah, the issue is just that, you know, the immobility early is always such a big deal. Massive ganks at 6, right? And like huge changes that damage over time, getting into those long fights, especially with Malignance too, affecting him. Kind of being one of those perfect items for the champion. AoE, fear slow, everything that's coming along with it. Okay, yeah, dude, AD Twisted Fate used to have a problem with clearing. Now it's just definitely not. Alright, Hecarim's hunting. We might be able to do this. Mord needs to be willing to teleport right now, though. He's already in combat with Gangplank, so we can't start anything. No, they don't want it. Okay. I can only do so much. I can only ping that I'm going. That should be enough. I think we got people there checked out, but that's okay. It could just be a bad spot. I'll have to reflect later. Yeah, absolutely. New rune shards are a huge thing, and we're rocking a couple right now. One of the biggest benefactors is a champion like Twisted Fate gaining 2% move speed. Now, everyone having access to that means that in theory everyone could have it, so it doesn't necessarily need to be a big change. But someone whose entire kit is about getting in and out of fights, it's a big deal. Also, champions in lane that used to be countered with double armor runes, like Teemo by double magic resist, you just don't have that outlet anymore. So there's a lot that's going to change with the marks, the rune shards. If you're watching, I guess you're on Twitch. If you want to check out, we're live on YouTube, and on YouTube you could actually go back and see it if you wanna hear all the comments. Red, yellow. Ooh, red, yellow. Oh my gosh. Alright, let's, you know, man wanted some buffs. It's okay. 100% this is a Baron angle, although in this normals game, people are not going to take it. They're going to ping Dragon instead. It's coming. Alright, can we one-shot the backline here? Probably not, since we didn't go with better items. We need to go... I think we need to try Spear of Shojin next so we can actually get good data on this. That auto resets feels so nice. We should absolutely be going here. We should not be looking to fight these guys. They still have the lead by a significant portion. Let them go to Dragon. We have to pull out. They know now. Gangplank ult and Squire and the Squire being used is big deal. Oh, we can engage on this. I have to wait for my team though. Guys, I'm in. Oh my gosh, I'm fucking in. I'm so dead now. My team does not want to go. Okay. I tried delaying it longer. I know that they didn't do it the first 2 times, so there's no real reason why they should want to or think that they're going to do it again here. But that's why, you know, I give them the opportunity to learn from it and see if that's enough. I just missed my W. But yeah, now we're completely effed, right? Completely. Now we're just walking around. Now they've got time to come over. They've got their dragon. It's D3. They come on, kick our butts. Had to be proactive. Absolutely, there's windows there. I want to see, if nothing else, I want to get out of this game knowing whether or not, once you have Navori Quickblades or Spear of Shojin, whether or not you can one shot these waves.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
That does no damage. Oh, big pull.
An enemy has been slain.
Try to get this attack reset. There you go. Let's go pick this up, and then we need to get... Do we need to get Spear? I think we need to get Spear. Still a significant portion of our damage is coming from these abilities. Right? I'm trying to copy Teddy Stick's Fiddle Clear, his Korean OTP, but Fiddle Clear is so unique, hard to follow. Certain spots I have to stand in or it's doomed. Yeah, it's, you know, you have to do that if you're in the top 0.25% of players to stay up with the correct tempos of where everyone belongs. It's not completely necessary until you're in that Masters tier, right? It is something that everyone can always optimize, and it is something we talk about. You know, here's something that everyone can always do a little bit better. All right, Q does not one shot, but it's also with rapid fire cannon. Didn't get a chance to try. We'll have to try with Spear of Shojin next. Also don't have that much crit chance. But yeah, the ability to get second casts off, you know, on 2 camps, you know, pulling how far can you go, how long is the leash, you want to be really, really comfortable.
Ally has been slain. Killing spree.
Could have just walked out if I were a little bit quicker. I think we're pretty doomed here.
Kill.
Whee, especially when I do that and that. Whee.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
We'll try this. Now the extra damage that Spear of Shojin gives. Spell hits grant stacks for 6 seconds up to 6. Your spells increase. Well, you know what? Maybe we're not going to deal with that much spell damage to want this. Yeah, maybe we don't want Spear. We'll crit chance. We'll just stick with the crit chance.
Execute.
Can even go with the on hit still.
Your turret has been destroyed.
My man's limit testing. Titanic synergy. Oh my goodness. And he gets a free ride out from the Hecarim. Oh my gosh. That would have been insane. Alright, see now he's spam pinging, right? This is what's keeping him the same. You keep reacting that way instead of thinking, okay, what can I do differently? Change your impulse, and then it completely changes the way you play the game and how you improve. Gross. That was so little damage. Wasn't able to get the yellow card out. I think she was going to get out of range when we went there. A couple of the other ones were mistakes. That time we tried for red a little bit early. So it may still be that when you are this mode that you still want to play more like the AD. On hit rather than caster build. Yikes. Blood Song is so insane. I'm dead? Now, one of the other things that you want to be doing on Twisted Fate if you want to have a lot of success with it is getting a lot of gold. Obviously, this guy wanted it, which is too bad. Yeah, he's going to send me over there. It's fair. He has the teleport sooner than mine, so in a lot of cases, he should be the one willing to go this way. Overshot.
Shut down.
Big shutdown. As Yi scaled, we've got the Titanic build online.
An ally has been slain.
He's in. They've already put spells on cooldown. He's ready.
An enemy has been slain.
Be nice if I could hit yellow card, right? Imagine how good it'll be in your hands. Should also just hit the cannons. That's what, like 4, maybe 5 cannons already spilled this game. Woof. That's the difference between having Spear of Shojin right now and not having it on top of other things. That's actually really smooth. You feel that? They're going ham. Trying to get himself out of a bad spot.
Slain.
Everybody should go all in, 100%.
Ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Oh, are we gonna make it in time for this? I don't think so. I have enough once I sell my blade to get the spear. Oh, nice little self peel there. Rip. Okay,
Killing spree.
we can be done. You gotta realize you can't control your teammates. You can only control yourself and how
Your
you
inhibitor has been
react.
destroyed. Enemy rampage. Defeat.
I mean, Mordekaiser's got a point, but he's kind of delivering it in an awkward way, right? Kills ain't nothing. You got kills like that's not even the point. The Master Yi is clearly very gifted with the resets. There's windows that they could have gotten more. There's other things going there. Let's get. I didn't see the whole chat. Hopefully this is okay. It's just norms, exactly. But now that they make people play norms, you know, you're going to get people who are tilted from their ranked games coming and fast burning it off in norms games. We're just going to invite them. If they want to come, great. If they don't, no problem. Why do I do my testing in norms other than ranked? To completely remove the pressure of trying to win. Because as long as I'm trying to win, I'm always going to prioritize that in my learning process. It's very important to separate. So you're familiar with the concept of a scrimmage, right? You practice, you drill, you have work within your own team. You might even scrimmage your own team at the end of a practice. Then maybe before the season, you might scrimmage an opponent. And by scrimmaging an opponent, you put in the competitive fuel, somebody that you want to beat, and you apply the things that you've worked on and drilled. It is not beneficial to ask someone to try to make a change in a game where they're competing, right? If you're trying to take a mechanic, like imagine someone competing in a tennis match, and mid-match you're holding your grip wrong. You got to change it over here, and now suddenly everything that they've been building on for 200 shots before that, now it's gone, and now you have to rebuild. Now they're thinking about something else, and it's just like this weird thing. Like, unless the purpose is very specifically to take their mind off of the pressure and just like focus on one small thing, you normally say like, "Hey, between points, I just want you to scratch your strings," just like, you know, something like that. But generally, you want that to already be part of the way that they compete, so that they can come down naturally. In this, when I'm trying to apply things and I'm trying to learn and like see what does it feel like to press this W interaction, even better would be to do it in practice tool, right? but that's not the most exciting thing in the world. Going in, I like doing it. I want to see like which things can I go, where's my maximum damage combo, how can I get this out, which sequences can you go on. And when you really want to squeeze out that top 1%, that is absolutely something you want to do. When you're going, the reason I'm doing it in norms, again, remove that pressure entirely. I can play, I can do practical things, learn some of the interactions and cooldowns specifically of like Q and W and how it's going to affect different wave clears with the AD build. That it's, you know, you could crunch it with a math analyst. You could go through the statistics of minion HP growth over the course of the game compared to your items and your ratios, but you know, that's kind of tough. Sometimes you need to have that skill or employ someone with that skill, and you need to be able to discern where are the breakpoints where, hey, at 14 minutes on this item, if you go BF sword instead of pickaxe, because of the extra 5 AD for your gold, you're actually going to be able to clear these minions when otherwise you wouldn't. You know, that's the sort of thing that tends to come up. But anyways, hopefully that answers the question. Seems nearly impossible to go LEC without connections. Oh, to get picked up by a team? Did you get the tryouts? You were playing, what was it? A third tier team you were trying to play with, right? Not the like what we'll call academy level, not the second division, but one of the French teams. Forgive me if I got that wrong. The thing that you have to know about the curve of skill. People playing games, right? You're going to have a normal bell curve of how good people are, right? And this is average, and the majority of your players are going to fit in between here, and you've got your like second and third standard deviations. The thing is, this goes on, and it's really hard to track exactly where the top 0.1% of players are and where the top 1 player is. And the gap between this and this could be greater than this and any other demarcation. So when you're talking about pro players, you really they exist somewhere on this spectrum, and even the difference between pros is still going to be fantastic. That's why you have all world players and all world teams, and you have MVPs. Like there's still a significant talent gap that those players can recognize, and they're going to go. So even if you're in, let's say, your top 1,000 players in your region, that's still nowhere close to pro, and they're not even going to be looking at you really until you get accounts to the top of the ladder. That's when teams will be forced to reckon with you. And to see, the only other aspect is to get in a team as like a training, like being part of their second or third tier, and then using game knowledge or having something that you know about the game that shows like, hey, I have value. But normally you can't even get onto the stage. They would just ask you to share that value with the team rather than picking up. But someone like Faker, very organized communicator, knows the macro of the game, knew it faster than most other people did, learned it from Dopa. Dopa was one of the first like major thinkers of the game, and that guy was 8 years straight being the rank 1 player on the hardest server. If you just watch the way that guy plays macro, you'll understand how games move, right? Things become very, very simple the way he does it, but having that skill set, you assume that you can share that knowledge. It's much harder to train reaction time and decision flow and the ability to handle a mental stack stress in the course of games. So, it's good that you're approaching this, but it's still, it's tough to say where the distance is between these, because, think of top 1,000, then you have top 50, and you got someone like Baus who could be a top 1 talent, right? That guy is supremely talented, but knows that as a content creator, it's more valuable to do the controversial strategies. Now, one of the things that he's just spot on about is the way that they handle the bounty gold, and they actually just changed this a little bit today. But the bounties and the way that it forms up, you can get all this CS while dying, while pushing your opponent into negative lane states, getting good proxies, and even though you're down 0-4, you can be significantly up in gold. They actually just gave him a buff this patch, which is going to get rid of his bounties for doing that. But you know, this last stretch, this is the getting to the top of Everest, or this is after you've gotten to the top of Everest. Now you have to do it climbing the hard side. You know, like there's that just extra little bit. And they, you know, for them to notice you, that you really have to be top 50 to get noticed by people on the ladder, or get in games and play against someone and play exceptionally well, right? So I think that's how Griffin got noticed. Griffin was just playing in games, I forget who, so I won't go into any more details about it, but playing against games against top players, and they're like, holy crap, like this guy's really good. And it's something that you only see when you're at that pro level, and you're just like, oh, this guy's faster than me. I thought I was the fastest. This guy's faster than I am. And that's the sort of stuff that stands out. And unless you're getting into solo queue games with people, then that's not so easy to recreate. What's up, Gio? How you doing? .323 is my best time for my clear, so slow. Honestly, don't worry. I would say you're good right there, right now, Fire. All right? Because the games that you're playing, and remind me, are you still like high platinum right now? Or was it, did you make it into diamond? But for the rank that you're playing, the decision trees that change based on the ability to full clear 2 seconds faster, yes, that would be nice to have, but no, you don't need it, right? As long as you're contesting the other junglers up until a certain threshold, so you sort of catch up with different skill sets, and some can be ahead of others. The ability to clear fast is, yes, something that you do every single game, and it is something that you want to do as quickly as possible, but it has nothing to do with the scope of decisions in the end game. Decision making in the end game is way better. It's just easier to practice your clear, and that's why it's something that we always suggest, like, get this down so you don't even need to think about it. That way your brain can be thinking about other things. It's really good that you're practicing that. Emerald? Okay, yeah, makes sense. And that's with Fiddlesticks you're talking about, 323? I don't have the catalog of updated clears for this. It's new game, has a lot of things that we have to catch up on, for sure. All right, what other things could we do with this build? We haven't tried Stormrazor yet. Stormrazor might give us that extra little AD in the beginning. I do want to try the AP build. Crit chance, Shadow Flame, getting the extra gold from the minion seems like a small thing, probably not worth risking the item spot for it. I was originally fascinated by it, but then seeing that it wasn't just on hit, it was only on the kills. Seems like it's going to be a little tough. Hecarim's a little OP right now. Oh, Fiddle if done perfectly is 302. All right, then that's substantial. Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, you should be able to copy. Who did you say the name of the other guy you were watching? Teddy Sticks, Fiddle Clear. Should be simple enough. The title says it all. Fastest Fiddlesticks, full clear, 302. Now they still have the second adaptive force. We'll see. All right, Raptors makes a lot of sense. Obviously, Raptors and Wolves also has the benefits of respawning under the 4-minute window, so you can get that second clear in before the spawns. Let's take a peek. So auto and move. This all makes sense. This is standard so far. He's going to W, and then he's going to attack twice and then go up. He's probably going to start leashing the next camp right here. Yeah, look at this. 2 auto attacks, and then you move up as soon as you're in range. So you see how he's got that trained to that perfect patience timer. And right now he's going for extra damage now because it's going to stick long enough. I don't think you can clear this whole camp, can you? That would be insane if you can. Oh my goodness, you can? Oh wow, this is eye-opening. Thanks for showing me this. And you have to be standing in the right spot. You really have to pay attention to every single spot that he's going to. I imagine it's going to be double points in W. Yep, there we go. Yeah, the crux part makes sense that it would be sort of hard, but you see what he did, right? He just walked closer to them, got as close to them as possible for the second cast of the W. I imagine that he has... He didn't actually show it. Does he show it? Yeah, he doesn't have any ability haste in the rune page. It is double AP. Oh wait, he went in an attack speed rune? Not even AP, he's going attack speed? All right, this part all makes sense, right? You're doing it, you're bringing it to the edge. Only bring in the patience once you're ready to start it. Second cast here. Now it's going to go 2 autos again, right? The reason you're doing the 2 autos... Oh, that's why he has the attack speed. Okay, because that's exactly enough attacks to get off this second round of spells. Now you see he comes over, releashes the Gromp. The end of the W is literally perfect. This is something that only works with exactly his rune page. So you need to make sure that you're copying every single part of this. Let's see if he canceled his auto to start. Did he auto first? No, just W. So not even wasting the 1/6 of a second to get an auto attack off, because it's not going to matter, right? He already knows that the W, then you get auto. He's going to keep moving it. Auto before the second cast. 1, 2, 3. Now he's going to start moving it again. So yeah, it's the auto, the attack that comes out of the auto, then it's 1, 2, and then move. And that just works with the way he has the attack speed. That's fascinating. I did not think you could clear the entire Krug's part. This right here is fascinating to me. So I knew about doing this, and this is an old trick that used to do, just because the old jungle item used to just give you increased regen based on how much damage you were dealing across the board. Okay. If you get 302, then you can recall and fight Crab with an item advantage. Yeah, there's a lot of aspects to that. I mean, also just the sheer speed of killing, not even the 302, any of the mages that can kill that lane that fast, their side of the jungle that quickly, they can go in for invades, they can go in for unexpected gank timers. Now Fiddle obviously is so much better at 6, so you probably don't ever really want to do that, but let's say there's an Ivern on the enemy team and you're not sure where they're going, or you have an idea that they're invading your east side. Right now a lot of the meta is just full clear. Everyone's mastered their full clear. It only took 4 years to find out what Blabber was doing to get fast 6, but people finally figured it out. But that doesn't mean it's always best, right? It's not always the best aspect in the game, but it definitely changes what is available to you in the game, and mostly it's about that reactive changing. Alright, what else do we want to change here? Let's see. Move speed, always nice. It helps with this. Extra healing might be okay if you get into mage pokey lanes. You can do something like this and stay a little bit higher. Can go in flinching into some situations, although it's probably not going to be here. I could try this. We could try for extra income. Usually don't want the extra income because you already have it. The dematerializer did not do anything there. The last thing to test would be Spear of Shojin, but I can just do that in a farm mode. Also, could be trying this, right? I'm not doing it with Adaptive Force, I'm doing it with move speed. So it could just be that with this change, you probably just want to be magic damage. You might need to be here to be able to clear. But again, that's something that you want to go into practice tool if you're playing Twisted Fate and see exactly which values at what levels let you hit, whether or not you need dematerializer bonus or not, etc., etc. This is Ari. So we are going to go tenacity there. There's not enough coming from other places. You have the stasis. You have the Belveth, which is just knock up, so that's not going to affect anything. Misfortune slow. Fiora shouldn't get a stun off on me, but maybe. Ari Charm. Yeah, I mean, tenacity is obviously good. It's solid enough. OTPing is the only way to climb, right? Frankly, right? So, but what ends up happening, you can play the game and enjoy the game however you want. But if you want to climb on the ladder, you have to be a one trick. Just look at the Chinese super server. It is the best pro players and one tricks are the top of the server. And that's not an accident. They are so much better on their one trick champion than anyone else is at anything, especially if they spectrum play. And that is the only way to like master solo queue is to one trick. And people can't stop you from one tricking. So there's no reason, if you want to climb the ladder and that is how you like enjoying this game and you want to do it, then yeah, picking one champion and doing it, only way to do it in my opinion. All right, let's go this game with this start instead. We haven't had to get much pushback from the other two lanes because of who they were. This time we're going to get a little bit more poke. So what I'm hoping to accomplish with this setup is, oh, never mind, I swapped out of the thing.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Also, when you're one tricking, you make less mistakes like that. When you swap out, I was going to say use the Elixir of Avarice with the fast recall time. Go for a 3-wave crash. Activate, crash the 4th wave with the potion ticking. Go back. Maybe even go and stick around for like 6-wave crashes. There's ways that you can go for a rebound and then set back up. But I guess this game will just go fight off her poke with refillable, and we'll start building into this AD right away. Is there anything we might want to do on the Brutalizer family?
Minions have spawned.
No. I don't think so. Serrated Dirk family. I mean, Hubris is hella fun. She's electrocute, so she might be W at level 1, so I don't want to take trades with her. She will win if we go front face to face. Still am getting used to the last hitting on this champion, and part of it actually just might be because I've gone attack speed and move speed rather than attack speed and force, which means I'm missing out on that a little bit. You know what? That is it. I easily could have gone for that. I had fleet footwork, even just taking that damage. But what I do want is I want this wave to come back to me. Silas is going to be in no position to contest unless I get her into like the perfect spot. Alright, so she just dealt more damage to me than me with just an electrocute proc. Anytime you can, you want to get this fleet footwork proc off on the champion. And try to keep testing that, like, trying to get the fast cast in right after getting another animation off. Alright, so we kept her here. We stopped her from ever like getting enough power to really go chase after this guy. Now we're going to start this push. We're going to go for the recall. I didn't have 2 points in my queue. That was a mistake. So we're going to see if we can get a little something here. This is also a lot worse because I don't actually have boots access here. God, yeah, I actually really hate the setup that I've created for myself. That was a mistake. I thought those ones were casting, targeting on the middle. But it's okay, we'll still get this off. 2 more 80 items. Now this time are we going to go with fast quick blades? I don't know how I'm going to feel about this. The extra ability haste will be okay. It's still going to feel kind of awkward, but the extra AD should help with the last hitting. I should be able to correct it from here. What do I think is the best secondary autofill position to go as jungle? I would always go mid so that you get jungle. But generally, the next best position to be in to have that sort of role is to be support. That is so clean right now. Like this is multiple consecutive buffs to Twisted Fate's auto animations and everything that goes along with it. So it's actually very interesting. To see how that's going to play out. I'm going to kind of stick around in this river. No, okay. Looks like they just cleared that. They went back into the camp for second respawns. That means this is up and uncontested. I have to decide now whether or not to contest this guy. Generally, at this 5-minute mark, you want to significantly increase your pushing tempo. So that you can get prio for the void crabs, the void scuttles, void grubs. Had to wait until Silas was at a spot where they could react to it. Hopefully we timed that okay. Alright, another option I can do, these things have AD ratios, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to be affected by spell pen. So even though I'm AD, another option for this build, obviously not right now, is to go with spell pen, kind of like you would do with Corki, and to play spell pen with these things, although you're definitely missing out on a ton of the attack value if you are actually just dealing that damage, right? Corki's damage is all turned into magic damage, even with the AP scaling, and even though it says whatever it says about physical, it's just like 80% of his damage is converted to magic anyways. You see that the pushing power is pretty easy to play around here. What do we have? We have Belveth that might be trying to get over here. They're recalling bot, they'll be okay. Gonna move my control to the right side of the map. There's the Belveth. Like, look how easy this was. Oh, I tried to sidestep that. Can't take that any further. That's actually kind of the worst case scenario where I took just the electrocute damage. See some of the combat power there with the fleet footwork. Double attacks. All this stuff feels so clean, man. Stick around. Like, look at that. That was a definite hit. That is, I mean, the damage output on this champion has gone up by so much just from these quality of life changes. Alright, should we try a game with the W? Let's do a W game, see if we can't get the damage to coincide with the red card being used on the second minion in the line, and then the Q going through the rest of them. We don't have the dematerializer, and based on where we're at, we're probably not going to get that one shot on the wave spike, but it is worth taking a peek on. Jax is in an awkward spot. We're going to press this just to give him an eye on it. I could have used that to walk towards her. Have to be careful with this build, again, with no access to Everfrost and that whole tree.
Unstoppable. An enemy has been slain.
I need to be much more careful, much more deliberate with my mana usage right here. Tried to get the reset. It's really hard to wait for the card and say, all right, there's my card, here's my auto attack. It feels like you can't actually wait for it. So maybe something I would just stop trying to do. It was good to kind of get those in. Yeah, big layoffs at Riot today, or 2 days ago. But it's, according to them, all of the ancillary stuff, which allows them to focus on the MMO and the games that they did. I almost got diamond mid lane, but man, I prefer playing jungle and I don't want to just give up. Yeah, jungle is the #1 way to go. Unfortunately, it's unlucky timing based on Freak's approach. He's like, jungle has room to be nerfed by a lot, and I think he's right. And so basically, you're just in time for the role to get nerfed a lot. Dude, look at that Navori damage. That was actually pretty significant. Bard ults down. Alright, Bard's been peeking. Belveth has been leaning on this side, so I'm going to show you guys where to put this ward. Basically, you want this ward to go in the range that will be hit. You're going to see where you can place, where it can see. And if you go right here, you can try to land it in a spot that will be seen. You actually want it to be seen by red wards, okay? The reason you want it to be seen is because you want to actually take note of where they are and be able to react to the enemy team without having to step into every bush. It's kind of like having a Lux E that you can throw into every single lane. There's my extra 2 gold. Dude, that, I mean, having a crit item, I feel like I'm going to, I should feel this gold surplus this game big time. And like, there's plenty that I could be doing better here. Oh, good flash. Good battle, good battle, good battle. That was a nice little E flash from her. I don't know. I didn't have vision in the bush, so it could have been flash E, but it seemed by the timing that was E flash. Jumping over. If you put support, so support's broken, completely insane right now. Like, absolutely insane how strong it is. So if you want to climb, supports will climb. That being said, if you're not a support player, that may not necessarily affect you as much as it affects other people, right? So you don't necessarily want to queue support just because it's there, but if you're going to practice a role, support is a role to get very good at right now. We'll check. You went early. Oops, I missed my chance. God, these attacks, I can't even keep up with how fast these attacks are going, dude. They're so clean and so crisp with the auto resets. I'm literally just like, at least on my screen, the way it feels like to me is that they are just auto resetting like a Gatling gun. So if you guys are at all competent on this champion, I think this is going to be a very promising way to play. Alright, let's do a damage check here. Okay, we're actually almost one-shotting it, the front line. We're still not hitting the back line as much as I'd like to. Right, you'd still like to be able to cap off that last little bit, and maybe it just comes from...
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. You have been slain.
Maybe should have gone for another hit and put him on the left side so the Jax would have an easier time to catch. Worth support. Dark Seal stack too. Alright, crit chance, crit chance. Increased your abilities deal up to 4%. Is this going to go up? Is this number active because this is what I have right now? Let's see. I buy this. Yeah, 7%. Okay. So 4% is, it's 1 per 5%. Interesting. Okay. We can work with this, especially since Zeal is the next best item here. Problem with Zeal is that we don't get that AD ratio, so maybe it means that we always fall behind and we will always be behind all game on the ability to clear. But... no, we did have Dematerializer. Okay, I'm just crazy. 9% on melees. Alright, so yeah, maybe it's just never, maybe it's never actually going to be there. Use the Tom Kench as a shield. Walk him to the Xayah. It's actually who we want to have the kill, although I do want the extra die roll, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's so clean. These animations, I don't attack this cleanly. Hold on. Good to get that little damage check in there. That was a pretty productive time, yeah. Kind of worst case scenario with a misfortune ult hitting us in the face as we arrived, but not bad. Sylas should not be in the bot lane right now. Especially don't show, right? If you show, then they know. Right now, they're only going to reap the benefits of you not being in position. It looks like he's going just for crab. Okay. Jax has got the Herald, which is the big prize that we're looking for. Let's see. I guess we'll go here with this. Did I hit him early on that? I hope I didn't. That would suck. Stay on that side. Team game, man. Team game. I should actually always be taking that. Jax is one of those champions like Lee Sin that you never, ever want to take the Scuttle on, the Eye of the Herald, because it's too much of an opportunity cost. Right? Missing out on the ability to ward hop is too big of a deal.
Dominating.
Alright, we're gonna let this sit for the Xayah. Gold's much better on her than it is on me. I should have kept this active. One of the things that you want to do when you're playing this champion is keep the cards rolling. Blue, red, yellow, blue, red, yellow. Just let him keep going. This guy's flashing in. I don't know if I feel this. Oh, they all got hit by it. Beautiful. God, this is like not insignificant damage, guys. And the fact that you can duel, like, yeah, the AP build's going to be really nice in general and just, you know, fairly ubiquitous, but I can't imagine this build being bad, and this is definitely a lot of fun. Okay, so yeah, we're not even close to one-shotting, and maybe we need to try something without rapid fire cannon second, because rapid fire cannon is so much more important when you're playing the other build, I think. But that being said, it's still a huge part of what the champion does. To be a blue reset, I was trying to be predictive. Yeah, so you have to be like on yellow with your auto attack from yellow, right here, right there. There's my 2 auto attacks, and you get the auto reset that way. Did you just smite? Who'd you smite there?
Godlike.
We'll start working our way this way. No, don't start it. Like, don't actually hit it. There's a difference between, like, start Baron and, like, prepare Baron. God, this is so clean, guys. This feels so good. Whether or not, all right, so honestly though, the feeling clean means it's still just going to be good, period. And the AP build might also feel this clean. Maybe you need some amount of attack speed for it to actually be good. This is the worst case scenario, by the way, where we're going in multiple different angles for this. Jax is actually going to teleport back. They're skipping anyways. With the ending wave, you do have 5 people alive, 25 seconds. As long as the wave's there, you're going to end the game. What I wanted to do, being lower damage to Baron, but honestly I should have been thinking I'm ADTF. I actually need to reevaluate how good I am at killing Baron, and probably should have joined this. This Jax played great. But yeah, so definitely mid, because it's the most played role, and as long as it's the most played role, it means that you're less likely to get filled anywhere, and you just get to always play jungle. As far as the best role right now for climbing, it's support. So if you are good at playing support, or if you know things which you should take from this channel and move it into your games, then absolutely take advantage of that, and queue up as jungle support. This is probably actually the best environment now. Do I want to play? I don't know. What else do I want to play? We talked about the different things we wanted to get. Shen got a huge quality 4 AD change, making him bully up. What were the other things we wanted to go through? Blitzcrank, you can't go AD. This right here is a big change. You can't crit anymore, so the Collector into Essence Reaver style builds are going to take a big nerf. Camille have to affect this. Darius jungle we wanted to get back into. Ezreal with Spear of Shojin we wanted to get back into. Alawi just had a nice day. Karthus we could do again. My boy Timo, why they gotta do him like that? Frozen Heart. None of these items made me want to change anybody I wanted to play with. What else did I want to do? They added AP ratios. Who was it that they added AP ratios to? Briar. AP Briar. Okay. It's time. This is one that I'm definitely going to do. This one we have to crunch a little bit. We have to count the total AP ratios. Now, it's going to be so hard to overcome the amount of bonus AD. Yeah, it's not even going to be close. This won't even be close. This actually hasn't been updated. This is physical damage. It doesn't have today's patch on it. Riot doesn't want to be the ones responsible for making this, so that they can't be told that it's wrong. Okay, 100% AP, this exists. You can still get the 240 total magic up to 340. You're getting, what, 60% on these ratios here? 60% AP on the Q, and it's magic damage. No, this can't be the champion. This wasn't enough. That's not enough. Ezreal getting nice bonuses. Garen getting fantastic love for the early game, also going to affect his ability to play other spaces, especially like bot lane if there's a Senna, companion type, Senna Yumi's. Where did we see it? Is it just, I mean, this was all the AD ratios and all the spells. It's not here. Briar, physical damage, but yeah, 60% AD on the Q. Magic reduction, making it a good pairing for when you already have two mages in the side lanes and you're playing Briar. You want an AD to go along with your two mages, or your mage plus like Rumble times Syndra, for example. Then this will be a fantastic champion because you'll be able to build aggressively with physical damage, but still have this magic resistance reduction. Okay, I could have sworn that I saw something that had AP ratios. Maybe it's on the next notes. Okay, is what it is. All right, I kind of just want to play Twisted Fate, man, because it feels really good. So what I would do is try to work on the mechanics that you work on Practice Tool. You put them into games with normals, and you say, all right, let me try to work on these things, and let me see what we can actually do with them, and then see whether or not we can hit thresholds that have meaningful spikes, like the ability to one-shot a wave. And we saw that we didn't have that there. Now, I didn't use any of the casters on the backline, 6%. It didn't seem like I was leaving them particularly close to that threshold. So it would still probably be Q through the wave with W onto the backline. Or you can use W on the second minion, Q through the wave, and then you've got one auto for everybody. So there's a couple different options to go there. What should we do? You want to play a game? I can play a game. Declando. Oh, did I may have unfriended people that I didn't recognize when they had name changes. I apologize if that happened. Maybe we just have to add you up. Different account? Okay. How's the Varus looking? He's still playing. You were one of the first people playing AP Varus. Is this right? Declando S. This is another thing that's kind of bizarre. This right here, normally all your new friends are supposed to go into the general, and then you can have specified categories. You can tell me if this is happening to you too. But instead, every new friend is going up here, and this is supposed to be like my team, my peoples, And so, like, for example, I just have no idea how some of the... I think I've already done the biggest part of the call. Yeah, I think I got rid of most. But, like, this guy, I don't know who this is. I've had to go through and just move everyone, and it doesn't give you the option to move people anymore, right? Like, yes, some people, but for some reason, new friends, I can't. Move. Okay, move. I guess we can move this guy then. Sometimes it just doesn't. I don't know what, if it's bugging out. Small indie company, you know? Alright, what do I want to pick? I kind of want to do a support game. Senna miraculously got untouched in this patch. It's just kind of unreal. They hit Bloodsong thinking that that's the only thing. And yeah, that's a big thing, but... we can have some fun. What other things did I want to try? I mean, Senna, we got to feel out Senna. Blitzcrank's been doing well. What other changes did we want to take a peek at? Arthas was obviously going to take a huge wind spike from that. Wei is actually approaching the territory where they're going to think it's okay, and then Pro, she's going to be 100%. He's going to be 100% play. Ban 15%. Man, people hate playing against this champ. What did we want to do? What did we want to do? It's actually probably really solid with Mordekaiser. Not gonna lie. We got this. I'm going AP carry. Melee good with Senna. Teemo right now is crack. Yeah, I mean, Teemo just got another round of nerfs, so. But Teemo, I mean, believe me, I had some days. I've been having some fun playing Teemo for this short while. It feels just so good.
No one fights alone in this.
All of this makes sense. What are we going to go? Just Gyro Sword, Yumu's. I don't think our auto with the amplifications is going to work with anything else. Could go Eclipse for the AD. We outdamage them early, but don't go for pokes with Ezreal. He wants us to leave or wall and get hit. He wants us to leave our wall of minions. Gotcha. I understand what this guy's. That's if we even have Ezreal here. This could easily be Draven Pantheon. Could be Ezreal mid, Ezreal jungle. I don't know that I actually wanted this to be exhaust. It swapped when I did this. Yeah, Ezreal is there. We've got Draven. Draven's a little bit different. Draven's probably going to beat the crap out of this Mordekaiser, which might be a little bit tough, but the passive at level 1 could be interesting, and if we can get Draven off of his axes, I have, naturally, don't blame me for not having any knowledge how this matchup is going to go, but I have a feeling that it's pretty bad. Mordekaiser probably going to go Q so he can help to push the wave, and then go E so that he can use it for sustain. Sorry, no, W, right, is the shield. Go as W, try to get those shields off and get some sustain back. We'll see whether or not he gets that. He also doesn't have, normally most Mordekaisers go with Second Wind and Revitalize so that they get that really big shield. You can even go Shield Bash. I'll listen to what they've got to say. I'm always interested to hear it. This is ridiculous. You queue support and it doesn't even give you the support items, huh? Weird. Maybe I should go. Yeah, I should have. Should have had sweeper. That's okay though.
To Summoner's Rift.
This bush got so many flashes burned in LEC this weekend. This bush, you cannot see them; they can see you. That's all you really need to know about it. It is just never worth going out. And for years, as AD carries, you used to be able to step out here, and maybe there's a world where you can still go out and step here, but basically you're trying to step to the edge of this vision, and it's not worth risking.
Minions have spawned.
So what I'm going to try to do is stop this Draven from doing the axe catching trick. Alright, looks like we're good. Delayed invade. Perfect. Gotta be a Draven right here. Absolutely got to be. Nice, solo damage. Early ignite, okay. Easy. This guy's fumbling all over the place. Now, most of the time I actually want to stand behind the Mordekaiser so I can Q through him.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
God, it feels bad. We're dead. I should have gone for an extra hit there just to give this Mordekaiser a chance at getting this. That's too bad. I thought my W hit him, so I went in for more trades, and that was very apparently not what happened. Alright, we're gonna go for Rectrix. Maybe there's a world where I actually don't even want to hit that cannon.
An ally has been slain.
Now this is a trap. People will still put this ward in this bush. Anything that that bush tells you, this other ward will tell you as well. That's a hit.
Enemy killing spree.
Keep hitting these guys. That's a hit too. I don't know if that even got him. Jungler's spotted right here.
An enemy has been slain.
We'll let this come back now. I should have thrown the W right there. That was my window.
You have slain an enemy.
Wow, that was enough, huh? Okay. He's got one more activation. Mordekaiser's just gonna get chased. No! Oh, that works. Always, in that situation, you always want to cue your auto attack before you flash so that it happens instantly so that they can't get it off. I just have to give him that one, you know? It's just gotta be. Let's see. Do we protect the Ahri like this? Silas jungle. Go here. Let's see what happens. Didn't want it. She could have joined me and gone for a fast angle. I actually don't want to execute these. If I execute the cannon on Senna, then it means that we're skipping on the ghost. So that's the new mechanic right there. I can be pushing that ward to the edge and it'll pop right in. There's the Silas spotted.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
See a Silas. We just win this though. Hit. Flash. Okay, good enough.
Shut down. You have been slain.
So I hit my first E, and it looks like he canceled it by getting the knockback.
Shut down.
It's unfortunate.
An enemy has been slain.
I didn't think that was possible. Alright, good to know, good to know. This is awkward. We're playing Yumu's. This is normally our ward slot and our Yumu slot, and the only two things that we ever put in those spots together. Just doing my job, man. I'm pretty sure this guy just crushes them if they go into the field together. Alright, we're just gonna tag along his butt, see if we can go up. This guy is kind of afraid right now. Nice. Like that timing.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An enemy has been slain.
I forgot I had you, Moose. I was looking for it on the bottom right button. I was like, whoop, nope, nope. Also, I should almost definitely be emptying these. There's no reason not to be doing that. A lot of things to improve on here. We have an AD here, so it's gonna be kind of tough. That is kind of tough. After Thorn, I get Leandries. Boom, we win. Hopefully after just Bramble Vest. Already much stronger. I forgot to get the sweeping lens.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Okay, we'll win this. We'll clean this fight up.
You have slain an enemy.
He's quite angsty, isn't he?
You have slain an enemy. Rampage.
Oh, we're getting reduced gold already? Jesus. Alright, 4 people spotted there. Means I can go get this ward out a little bit deeper.
Unstoppable.
Good stuff.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Can I heal these? Nope.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Get you out, get you out. We good? This is, I could have died right there. That was absolutely not worth doing. Alright, we go gank this Draven. All in. We bring 4. We're going through vision now. I'll root him on arrival.
Rampage.
Yeah, that's right.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I've been not using the Yumus nearly enough. It's sitting on a button. I'm not used to it. See that little Q flash? You Q, you buffer it on the target, flash on, boom, you get the immediate light on the slow. She did the E flash at the same time, it looked like. Just sick. Alright, she's got that ward, which means I don't need this one. Things are looking pretty good, I think. Have you played Dota before? Yeah, I started on Dota way back. How about you? Senna's actually really good against Alawi. We can take this matchup whenever we want. We don't, ideally, we don't want to do it with these things in here. Maybe that was a little bit harder than it needed to be. Oh, we're pretty big, huh? could do that. Get off me! Oh, me. I started FPS, then StarCraft, then League. Yeah, so you went with the highly mechanical stuff, and that probably suited you well, right? Because you were really good at those. Was it Apex that you were really good at? You're gonna have no problem climbing up here, but there's definitely a certain amount of like acceptance to how much you kind of, I don't want to say how much you suck, but how much you have to learn about different aspects that aren't just clicking quickly to get past Diamond. You can get all the way through Diamond. You can get into Masters just by being a good clicker and being supreme, like knowing a little bit about laning concepts. But it's the end game decision tree that really impacts.
Dominating.
Yeah, I see I have this thing in League where I will randomly switch roles and champs. Yeah, you know, it's part of the scope that you need to get to have a But it's certainly, as long as you're sticking with one for a while, then that's good. You'll get a lot of insight about that role and that champion in big chunks, right?
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, you. I should give this guy some love here. Here we go. We give him back. Oh, a nice little E-flash again. Almost got through. We're having we got some players here, man. I'll let him have that one. I didn't want to steal that one. Q over the top. I've got no R. I've got the aggro. We can just hold this for a bit. JK does have R. I feel really bad. Ult. Over the top. And GG.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
I can take a oh, that's gonna be it for me, I think. Maybe we got time for one more. Actually, you know, I should have given it to Ari. Ari had tons of plays. That was sick. That whole game was sick. Yep, Spear of Shojin, get all those extra spell hits going off, absolutely popping off. Yeah, it's so good, right? So good. And then you're taking advantage of Eclipse with the extra dueling combat stats. It's a really nice build. Sick carry. Sick carry. I think Bramble Vest is a good place to start with this guy. I don't know that Thornmail, like, you can't apply Oh, did they change Thornmail? Hold on. Maybe they just changed Thornmail. It used to be that... It's not here. Thornmail, okay. It used to be that you could apply it by CCing them, and it's not on that. Now, it could just be the game, you know? Small indie company doesn't always get everything. But yeah, this doesn't say anything about being afflicted, right? Being crowd controlled. Oh, it's way back in season 13? Immobilizing effects no longer inflict them with... Okay. Wow. Oh, it's in a B patch, of course. It's always the B patches. Armor increased to 70. The Thorn's ratio increased. Grievous wounds strength increased. Okay, so they gave it to everything else and then took it away from the fact that you had to actually crowd control them. Okay, well, that happens. Learn something every day. All right, let's get another game in. Not sure if you know of the jungle Malice, but I sort of like the same champ. Yeah, Malice was a great player. You're talking about Malice that played in LEC? No, this is Korean. He played LCK and LCS. Okay. BBQ. From Sweden. Okay. I remember him on Cloud9. That's where I remember him from. Only a short stint though, right? I remember this guy taking over games when I was watching him and thinking that he was going to get picked up by a bigger team. But I didn't actually follow anything further than that. He's an LS disciple and very toxic. Well, LS is kind of that way. He's notorious? Okay. Yeah, tell me more about him. What that I won't see here because it's not ringing the exact bell. He substituted for Team Sweden. December he joined BBQ Olivers. Of course he went to BBQ because of LS. Korean ties from Sweden though. Very interesting that he wouldn't have started in the LEC. Proving Grounds, this is where we saw him. Right here. Come to Discord, I'll give you the whole story. Alright, absolutely. I'm hanging out in the loft. We never even upgraded our support item, did we? That thing was online for a long time. It's so weird that you have to do that. And it's not like, it doesn't give you this... I mean, it does give you a little bit of an animation, doesn't it? But it's not as big as I would want. You know what, let's just take a peek what's doing it here. Bard with the highest win rate? Interesting. They did give Bard a lot of love. I mean, Senna's just insane. Sona's overpowered, always has been. And the tanks. Janna's a lot of fun. Janna's also very, very good with Hecarim. Could go Shaco too. Shaco just came. Shaco's the other champion that had big changes, right? I want to try this. I haven't played Bard in a minute. Health scaling. Interesting. I don't know that I would want this. I almost definitely want move speed, and I almost definitely want flat health for bot lane, because it's too risky to go the other side. going scaling health, like, yeah, people aren't going to take advantage of it that much. And basically by level 7 is where you're going to get more health from the scaling. Oh, this will be fascinating. We'll see. I don't see... Oh, you're in casual. Okay. Yo.
Salutations.
How you doing, man?
Good, and yourself?
Doing good. Having some fun.
So, Malice. He was seen as the prodigal son of LS. He was the chosen one for LS, let's say. But then they had a falling out. I'm not sure the whole story, but apparently LS invited Malice over to stay at his place to come to Korea boot camp, whatnot. And
Something he does.
yeah. And then it doesn't happen for a while, but then Malice comes and messages LS, hey, I'm coming to Korea. Can I stay at your place? Where are you at? LS doesn't respond. Malice starts hating LS from this point. But then, I don't know how far into the future, Malice does end up staying with LS, and living together was horrible. And then LS is not even at the house, and Malice is causing LS all this drama, but then I'm not sure. They hate each other now. But it all started because LS was apparently going through some shit. You know how he is. Yeah. So he disappeared for a while. So when Malice came to Korea, he had nowhere to live and whatnot. And
That's super interesting that they brought him onto Cloud9 at the same time as LS. I just looked that up. I was like, he was probably like, he this is the guy that you just need on your team, but I have no idea if he was the one that ended up getting him fired. Where LS was basically screaming at people in the house, and Jack was like, that's not how we do things here.
yeah.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
He was also, there was a lot of drama between LS and Malice while they were on Cloud9. That was a lot of drama as well. And
Yeah. I mean, if they already had drama, it'd be super bizarre to put them into a house together if they already had beef. I didn't know about the stuff before that, but yeah, I mean that's what, you know, I've got nothing against LS from a game knowledge point of view. I think he would make a fantastic analyst, but he is so mercurial and pops off on people, like, you know, just like instantly into the what are you fucking doing, you know, like that kind of thing. And I think that's something that's not conducive to pro play. Maybe there's a certain amount of angst level that these guys can feed off of, but it's certainly not my style.
yeah.
But that's such a tricky situation, right? When you get toxic players, like, positive culture has to precede positive results, and that if there's nothing else that we did for Clutch, it was that. Just convincing them to bench Piglet. It's like, you just have to do this for the sake of your team's ability to trust one another.
Yeah. What did you think of the Amenas situation?
Which one?
The Amenas, Cloud9's mid laner.
Oh, well, they knew that he was toxic coming in, and apparently they had to have the team had to get together and say, like, yes, this is okay for us, we can live with this, or we can't live with this. Mm-hmm. And apparently Blabber and Fudge had one discussion with him, and they're like, okay, yeah, we're satisfied. But then he was getting frustrated that they weren't practicing the same way that he was used to practicing, and obviously posting anything on social media is usually a bad sign, and usually things are past the tipping point. or like significantly tipped once they're already doing that.
Yeah.
But it's it's just one of those things. I do think that I could take Cloud9 to win Worlds with Cloud9. I don't know. Team's really stacked. But the I met with Jack actually. So I interviewed with Jack in 2017.
Mm-hmm.
And I have his. It wasn't really an interview. It was more like, this is me. This is who I am. And he's like, "That's great. We should talk more. Here's my card." And contacted this email. And then, unfortunately, that whatever it is, he's got people screening for him, right? Because he gets 10,000 emails. But they don't respond at all. And it's been super frustrating because that's my dream job, working for them, like a guy that actually knows how to run an organization. He's the closest. He's the closest thing to Rick Fox as far as like knowing, God forbid a 40-year-old actually creates a gaming franchise. They have a little bit more wisdom than a 22-year-old that just took the team that he put together. Like Reggie.
What happened with Rick was so sad.
So it's so bad, and just such a pain.
So sad.
First blood.
I have Triumph, not Presence of Mind. This feels really bad. Feels wrong too.
Bard Gaming.
I know, man. This champion's hella goofy. Have you ever met Bard players?
I've watched that one EU streamer. Do you know him?
Wait, which one?
The EU streamer. I think his name starts with an L or something.
I mean, I want to say yes, but I can't. Oh, here he is. But I mean, is he goofy AF?
No, he's yeah, kinda, but he's not a clown, let's say.
Yeah, I guess that's a different interpretation. The goofy I mean is more like, like people would say Baus is how I would expect a lot of Bard players to be like.
Yeah.
Just having completely alternate ways of seeing the game.
Yep.
Job. We're losing Cryo on bot side, but we can trap him down here if you're shopping soon.
Oh dear.
Enemy killing spree.
Death timers nowadays, man. Nothing.
So fast.
Yep.
There's definitely windows where it's just correct to die.
Something.
Or should we do like this? Alright, they're down a lot of resources. Jinx should die to this. Stand Jinx, you're good. Heal. Got you.
Nice. Good shit. Let's go.
The one thing I want to accomplish this game is to R someone after they've used the Herald. You know what I'm saying? Like, now that it shoots you to a jettisoned position and it's predictable, that's nothing more than I want to do that. Unfortunately, it means we'd have to give Herald. or I guess, you know, they can earn it, and if they earn it, I'll just be on high alert for it.
Yeah.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Shut down.
Oh, he recoiled it. That's so bad. So good for us. How you been outside of League? You been good?
Yeah, yeah. I've been, I moved to San Diego.
How's that?
Not bad, not bad. I like it better than LA. It's, less crowded. The traffic, they drive faster out here.
Yeah, there's more space.
Yeah.
I've only been inside San Diego, like the downtown and the convention center area.
Shut down.
Jeez. That's unlucky.
Wait, there's a way out here. No? Do it with Zeri.
Yeah, I think you can do it with Bard.
Yeah, you definitely can. There we go. It just wasn't giving me the target. I was like, I know where the spot is, but sometimes they do weird things with what it can do. Because ever since changing to, oh, what's the command? It's called when you're championing, you're targeting to left click.
A click?
Yeah. This totally upgraded too, huh?
An ally has been slain.
Sorry, Jen, that's my bad.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
They messed up Hiram's recommended page so bad
Yeah, how
in
so?
the most recent update. Like just all the wrong items. All the wrong items. Nothing is correct.
Do you want to gank these guys or?
Yeah.
Great.
Well, I guess they're getting Herald.
Let's see, he moved again. I feel like Jin's about to explode.
They can kill her if she wants out.
Jacob's coming in on you. Shot. Oh. Good job. That's Corral.
Easy.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
So they got Rift Herald.
I know, I'm gonna get my wish.
Your team has destroyed
It's gonna be
It's
tough
like
though. Because I
they
don't.
wanted
Say it
have
again.
the they wanted you to have the chance. Also the anti Darius, but
He'll be alright. Oh, he's going aggro. Oh, never mind. It's just coming into. That time was
rampage.
really ambitious.
Your turret has been
And still in the
destroyed.
bow wave. No. Oh, this guy's low. You want to go on him? I can run us through.
I'm looking to, but yeah, unlucky. What support item do you go on?
I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna go Bloodsong and see. Let's get these extra autos in. Well, let's see. Immobilize is slowing. Oh, every auto attack will actually slow. Oh, that seems really good actually. The Slay.
Oh. Damn, you missed it.
What'd I miss?
The Herald.
Oh no! Yeah, goddamn! I was looking at the things. Whoops.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, let's try the Slay. I missed my chance. God damn it.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
It's just so you could have a trophy. Ah.
Both of these games, everyone has been taking my kills. You got it.
Have slain an enemy.
Are my kids gonna play League? Yeah, definitely. Landon's already getting kind of decent, although unfortunately he thinks he's a little bit better than he is. But that happens to all kids.
Yeah.
He had.
How old is he?
He's 9 now.
Okay, so he's getting to the age where you start
Your team has destroyed
coaching him as a
Yep.
league player.
Yep. And he wants it. He wants it. The question is just like what's gonna be the balance of
Just diving this line is questionable.
sure anymore. He actually could have hit himself. Oh no. Tried to save him. Yeah, I dropped aggro and Jin picked it up. That's unlucky. Maybe it was me. Had to be me. Yeah, whoops. You're just the biggest threat, man.
Maybe not, maybe.
Nice angle on that. Jacob's chasing the Darius. He jumped. There he is. All you.
Nice.
I only kind of tried to steal it.
I know. Steal blue buff. I'm not even gonna attempt to fight on this.
That's right. Oh, I almost kept him alive too. Oh no.
In the end, the Oran baited me.
Yeah. Yeah, we knew how that was gonna end.
an enemy has been slain.
But yeah, we're having some fun.
An ally
Oh.
has been slain.
Yeah.
Dude, the new Mohair Sunfire Cape is pretty cracked.
Yeah, it's so good. They put so many more stats on it. And like the other one, so it deals like, what is it, like a half? Or sorry, it's like 5 points extra damage as a base. That's what it does. The other ones though is like every time you hit something, you get last hits. It's gonna do a big Nova explosion every time you do this, and the stats are just insane. The HP and everything
Yeah.
feels good.
An enemy has been slain.
Is getting a second point in the ult a mistake?
I have no idea. I've never played Bard.
Yeah. Okay.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Wrong side of the map. Guess we're probably just gonna try to push and draw pressure here.
Yeah.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
We're having some fun. I don't know how particularly good it is, but we're having fun.
Yeah. I have the Hollow Radiance.
Oh, you got one? Nice. Oh, just fades on him. This guy's just gonna stand here. Oh, rip. Did I get you and no one else? Worst case scenario. Oh my god. Sometimes it feels bad to play this champ. I was like,
Yeah.
I'll cut off their
It's like
escape.
one
And,
part of it. Sometimes your ults are actually a mistake.
right, yeah, it's one of the few champ. I mean, same thing with Briar and Cassante, right? Like, you can
Yeah.
actually cast bad ultimates.
Yeah. This build actually feels incredible. I
Yeah.
need to do this more often. Because normally I rush Sterix third, but this is cracked. Cracked. Downright OP.
Killing spree.
I mean, it probably just has to be the difference between how much tenacity you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
Although this team seems like it would probably be enough.
Shut down.
Alright, I need to shop this. Lethyrus. Fire says it's Lethyrus. Or Lathyrus. The bard player.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yep, Lathyrus. Yep, I knew it started with an L. What do you think about the stats of the Tunneler item?
Tunneler item.
I have it right now. It's 15 attack damage, 250 health.
Oh, no, it's the shield that was criminally understated. This one was also understated though, wasn't it?
I'm not sure myself, but it seems horrible.
Yeah.
It seems horrible.
It just feels bad to build it, and it shouldn't be. They just changed the shield to be from 1200 to 1100, so that it's exactly item efficient, and no item should ever be less than item efficient, like not ever. And or maybe once you have a huge passive on it, right? But but that's, yeah, it's just very bizarre. It feels like they gave us those new items compared to Brutalizer and Serrated Dirk, which are just cracked. Like, they're just so good.
Yeah.
Lost Chapter 2, just those items feel insane. It's like they wanted to give assassins and mages their day in the sun. Come in a little bit hot and then tweak it back. All right, I gotta go pick up the kiddos. Thanks for playing, man.
Yep, GG, have a good day.
That was a lot of fun. These I'll play. We'll get some more heck games in.
Yep. We can play some solo queue too.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Peace, brother.
Peace.